if you look at the National Assembly, we have only
Good morning. Welcome to Signature Morning on Signature Television. My name is Christopher Lele, and we have with us this morning a face that you're already familiar with, that you see almost every now and then on the news. We have Barry Kumo with us in the studio. Good morning. It's nice to meet you this morning. Of course, Signature Morning.
Of course. That's why it's Signature Morning. Of course. Yeah. Barry Kumo, Ado my name, just as you said, Chris. The beautiful thing about this morning are the contemporary issues we need to face every day. When you wake up in the morning, you begin to scan to find out what has happened while you were asleep. But for a media station like ours, we are not just scanning while you were asleep. We're scanning also to give you the latest development about what has happened before you went to bed and just before you woke up. So, Chris, the ball is in your court.
All right, so at this point, I would like to let you know that I will be having Reverend Dr. Ibechukwu Igbono, Bishop of Oje River Diocese, Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, to join us at 9, where we discuss, the situation surrounding Nigeria and, Christianity. We had the Sheikh, he made a statement on Sunday, that has been very viral on social media. We also have other conversations regarding Christianity, religion, politics, and of course, a statement from Onaika as well. He will be helping us to understand all of these things and what is the right way to follow, not just as Christians, but as citizens of this great nation. Stay with us as we go for a short break to come back to look at the stories making the round on the national dailies. So we're kicking off with the Nigerian Tribune newspaper this morning, and the major story here says NLC, women demand free peaceful poll in Osun. Still on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper, troops rescue 33 kidnapped passengers in Zamfara. Full ISWAP attack on military base in Borno. Experts flag debt servicing crisis as Nigeria grapples with 159.35 trillion naira bill. G100 begins consultations, meets Atiku, Obi, others. And the rider here says, fixes Unity Summit for next week. You can find that on page 16 of the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Still come back to this NLC women demand free peaceful poll in Osun. Rider here says Adeleke's wife leads women, warns against indiscriminate arrest, harassment. NLC advises against intimidation of workers. Pensioners, NSCDC deploys 10,210 personnel, tactical units. IPAC cautions against manipulation of election. Atiko Mark Aregbesola rally voters for ADC candidates. Away from that, I won't be a godfather to my successor. Makinde speaking there. Customs dismantles 3.24 billion naira smuggling rings in southwest. Lassa fear cases hit 1,000 death toll. I take that again. Lassa fear cases hit 1,000. Death toll rises to 237. NCDC speaking there. Climate change redraws Africa's malaria map. East Africa hardest hit. Rising litigation cost raises concern over access to justice in election-related disputes. Apprehension over looming food crisis. These are the stories making the round on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Once you grab a copy, you get details of these and lots more. Now, let's look at the story. I know we have the major story here saying, and the NLC women demand free peaceful poll in Osun State. Why I don't want to go into this is because we will dedicate a segment to really discuss this. But one of my concerns is I won't be a godfather to my successor, Makinde speaking in this very one. It reminds me of the River State situation where we have the likes of Nyesom Wike godfathering, the affairs of River State, and we know how this has caused chaos in the state, political chaos, of course, and how people have the perspective actually regarding wanting to be in charge of every activity going on in the state. I feel this is a good one. If only once you leave state, your successor, you don't have to put your thoughts, your eyes in the affairs of his activities. You allow him to govern, to be the governor and do what he's supposed to do. But then it comes in two ways for me. Being a godfather can also be in a good way. I don't know. Most godfather will not see anything in a bad way. So that's a ball game altogether. But what's your take on that?
Well, it's funny. Why is it funny? It's because the word godfather seems to connote different things.
Yeah.
In politics, it means you are in control or you are in charge. But if you look at it from a religious perspective, a godfather is someone who is supposed to guide you to become the best you can be. So Makinde is saying he will not be a godfather to his successor. One way, just as you said, is great. But the question I need to ask Makinde is, did he have a godfather? And who will his successor be? Is it somebody who is going to ensure that, you mentioned Rivers' situation, that he is going to put in as the next governor? That becomes a big issue. So if we are talking about a successor and the successor is coming up from any party winning the election free and fairly, then if he has no skeleton in the cupboard, that is okay. But if not, let's look at it from the perspective of you take over from someone.
Yeah.
You are the former governor. If you have no skeleton in your cupboard, you don't care about how he runs his administration or how she runs administration, because you are sure that at the end of the day, what will likely happen is the scorecard will prove if your successor is doing it right or wrong. The best you can give is advice at every point in time to say, when, for example, the issue of abduction and the end and Makinde wanting to set up an independent inquiry commission. Because say I tried that, it didn't work. So you can look for another way out. So these are issues. But you're not out yet, and you're talking about not being a godfather. He is in a party right now. Is he saying that he has no stake in who will become the next governor of your state?
He may likely, of course, it's a political thing, to have a transfer from, your party, have someone else represent you, coming next, so your party still remains a major stakeholder in the affairs of the state. It's a normal thing that will happen. I think another...
and automatically becomes what? An elder in the party.
Indeed. But I'm also concerned. I don't think it is so wrong, if not that, just like you said, it means a couple of things. Being a godfather, it could come from a good or from a bad angle. But I think there's really nothing wrong being a godfather, just that in most cases it is abused. Because for someone that has experienced a seat for a period of time, the lapses you experienced, the mistakes you made, the no-go area, the area you think the next person coming should focus and do the needful. There's nothing wrong for you to guide the next person coming. These were my mistakes that I won't want you to make. Of course, you can decide for yourself at the end of the day, but these are the steps I followed that led or ended this way. These are the steps you can follow. These are the people that could be misleading. If you don't know them, just look out for them. I'm not trying to judge, but just look out for this, look out for that. Things like that will guide the person to follow the right process and not make this kind of mistakes he made. Godfathering, that's how it's supposed to be.
Well, you know that in politics, there is only one thing that's permanent: interest. So if interest is what is permanent, the first question we need to ask is, who is that successor? Does he have somebody in mind that will be the successor? Does the party have somebody in mind that would also be the successor? Makinde would definitely hand over to someone.
Yeah.
And let's be honest with ourselves. If Makinde is in a position to choose a successor, wouldn't that successor feel that he owes Makinde something?
He will. Some sort of loyalty. Of course he will.
And given the fact that over time, different politicians, there was a time that in your state, there was a talk about a politics known as Amala politics. So Makinde is in charge now. And remember, people from different states, you mentioned River State. Are you aware that in Anambra State, godfatherism cost a whole lot of issues for somebody like Ngige? If Ngige tells you what he went through because of his political godfather, you'll be shocked. Similar to what Ifubara is going through. But the issue has never been, for me, has never been that of godfatherism. It has been about us, the electorate. Do we really vote? If we vote and our votes count, would we be talking about godfathers? Because if you are not doing well, we'd remove you.
But there are cases whereby the vote, like that of River State, it's unfortunate that River State is like our point of view now, but that of River State, people really voted for Fubara and people loved him. But as long as you still have a bad, okay, let me not conclude, but I'm not using Fubara now in the case. It's a general thing. As long as you still have somebody that influences your decisions, and they may not be the good one for the state, you will still have that challenge. So even when people vote and their votes count, and you still have a bad advisor or somebody that instigates you, forces you to do things that goes against the will of, things that go against the will of the people, it's going to be an issue. So it's not just about the electorate, if you ask me now. It's also about the governor. In short, all falls on the governor. The wisdom to discern, to do what is right at every given time, regardless where the source of advice is coming from.
Okay, but maybe I'm giving you examples that appear far-fetched.
Okay.
Peter Obi, when he was governor of Anambra State, was impeached. He went to court, he still came back. And one of the things people would easily remember about Peter Obi was the fact that he brought development in terms of roads, constructions, remodeling, and things like that in Anambra, which Ngige also did. That's why I'm saying the electorate. If you say and believe that no godfather influenced the votes for you to become the governor, whose side would you take in terms of governance and policies that will bring the best for the people the opportunity to govern? Remember, I said politics is all about interest. If your interest is to better the lives of the people, then it automatically means that each day you'll be looking at what to do to ensure that the people live a life that will always make them want to follow you. So Lily, we can move on to other issues.
Of course we can. We'll take a look at another story here. This one is coming from the Daily Sun newspaper. The Daily Sun newspaper, the major story here says APC Akume dismiss Atiku, Obi, Duke, others. Rather says other presidential candidates no threat to Tinubu. I never lobbied to be APC campaign DG. Wike is speaking there. Another one here says Osun 2026. A battle for Osun intensifies as Adeleke Oyebamiji and Najim Salam trade claims. 2027 we will send election experts mission to Nigeria. This is coming from EU. And then this is ENUGU story. Yeah, and it says ENUGU abduction, the government talks tough as security forces free victims, arrest perpetrators. This is good news, if you ask me.
It's certainly good news.
We talked about this on the show one of the days when this happened, and our major concern was this shouldn't just be one of those stories that the ENUGU government will hear and sleep, because if it happens and nobody says or does anything about it, the next story will be another area. And before I know what's happening, ENUGU will be another hub for kidnapping and things like this. And I like the fact that we made the statement. We want to believe that the government are listening to us. They can hear what we're saying, and the next minute we are getting to hear this information. But what would you, how would you react to this? Looking at the fact that we also talked about the forest guards. We are in different states, northern states, where we see forest guards in full not just demands, but in practice you can see the different institutions graduating their supposed guards that have been recruitments and what have you, but we don't have things like that in this part of the country.
Are you really sure?
We heard that the ENUGU they're still recruiting, they're still doing their training. We heard, but we are yet to really see them actively in business. That okay, these are the people that we are training. They are done. We are now mobilized. They are now distributed in quotes to different rural communities, rural forests.
Probably what you're waiting for is to hear that so number. For example, when you were talking about the Osun State election, the number of NSCDC officers that were deployed to the state, that's what you're waiting for. But you know that in security there's overt and covert. Let me give you a story. There was once we had of a kidnap in Oji River, and Signaturetv was privileged to speak to the person in charge of security, not the police, not the army. Civilians that were in charge as vigilantes. They were in the forest. We were speaking to them while they were in the forest, combing the forest to rescue these people. That was before the forest guards came. And if you've been following the news, you would have heard that forest guards are not just in Enugu State, but they are in so many other states. But in Enugu State, they are there, they are also combing the forest. But the question I've always asked is, how did these criminals get into this forest? And how did these criminals build houses, whether they are uncompleted houses or things like that, and then leave those places to attack citizens, innocent citizens, and then retreat to the forest, and no one can find them. What is the security agencies? What are they doing? Is it not their duty to ensure that they gather intelligence? Right now, police, one of the phrases they use is intelligence, they activated intelligence that was verifiable, all that. For me, it's wordplay. What the average Nigerian citizen need is to be safe on the road, to be safe on the farms, to be safe wherever they are. It will be pleasing if we can hear that before an incident or a criminal activity takes place, it has been nipped in the bud, and people are being paraded to say these are suspects who were planning to carry out such dastardly act, and they were arrested in the planning stages. That incident at Alpha, do you know the trauma that people will go through? Are you sure people are still ready to go to church in the morning, knowing that they are not safe? So these are the issues that are on the table. Rescue is great, is commendable. Arrest of suspects, great, commendable. But right from primary school, we learned that prevention is better than cure.
Yeah.
So where are we standing?
Where are we standing? Yeah, serious question you asked there. Where are we standing? And that will now take us to the Daily Trust newspaper. But before we get to the Daily Trust newspaper to look at the stories trending on this very paper, we'll go for a short break. To be right back.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
All right, thanks for staying with us. We go straight to the Daily Trust newspaper. The major story here says 2027, opposition revives coalition against Tinubu. NERC sacks Kaduna Electric Board over 456 billion naira debt. 17 bandits, 10 policemen killed in Zamfara. How female students died on Lagos campus. This is coming from the law school. Troops arrest kidnapped syndicate commander, recover rifles, cash. Okay, so two stories got to me on this very paper. We have the 2027 opposition revives coalition against Tinubu, and then we have the student who killed herself. That's the one I would like us to start with, because that really got to me. She fell from a 4-story building on campus. A law student, Lagos State. A girl. It is believed that guys are always the ones with the hearts, to take such, I don't know how to explain it, but for a lady with a soft heart, so to speak, could climb a 4-story building and deliberately fall from the building. We learned she dropped a suicide note, even if we are yet to really confirm what the note was about. I remember also last week we talked about a lady again, not a girl this time, a lady jumped the lagoon, same Lagos State. Of course, not peculiar to Lagos State. But these are ladies. Recently, even during that same conversation, the research had it that women did most of the suicide attempts, but the men get most of the actual suicidal acts. So what is happening?
What is happening? The first thing we need to ask is, what was the background story? We're just looking at it from the point where she has committed suicide already. Even if there is a suicide note, a policeman investigating that matter will want to know what led to her writing a suicide note and also carrying out the act. What were the circumstances surrounding her? Can the law school tell us what type of student she was? What can they relate a performance in school to what happened to her? A background, like the home she's from, because anything can trigger the need for someone to think that suicide is the best solution. We've not had any update of a lady who jumped into the lagoon and was rescued.
Yes.
If we had, we should be talking about what she went through before she jumped into the lagoon. And those are things psychologists need for research purposes, because right now, probably those are some of the things we'll be looking at to understand what pushed this girl to commit suicide. Now, from 4 stories, somebody will be asking too, looking at it from a perspective of crime, was she pushed physically or emotionally? What happened? What is the missing link between when she penned the suicide note and when she actually carried out the act? These are things we expect the law school and the police to
point out
for us.
Yes, because it's really concerning.
My heart goes out to the family of the girl and all the loved ones who were looking forward to somebody who grew up as a child, and when she is about breaking through, her life is cut short through suicide. It's very sad.
Okay, so let's look at the coalition where we have the 2027 opposition revives coalition against Tinubu, and then we have the APC Akumed dismissing Atiku, Obi, Duke, others. say other presidential candidates, no threat to Tinubu.
If you were in APC, what would you say?
Of course, that's what I would say. And I'm this time around, I'm not saying it because if I were to be in APC, I'm saying it from the things we've seen. Of course, how did ADC, the whole popularity of ADC, is not the coalition to stand against the present administration, and what was the end game? They fell apart. At this point, we're still looking at factions here and there. We still had Obi that was in ADC, that had left ADC for NDC, which has also affected the numbers of people that would have voted him because of party loyalty, so to speak. So the whole coalition and coming together, it's not making sense for me, because I'm not saying the possibility where we have interest. You say what's permanent, right? Interest. So how would an article, how would the coalition look like? It's not.
Which coalition now?
I don't know. What are they?
But do you know why I asked you?
Yeah.
If you were in APC, what would you say? Would you say anything different? It's a fact that even those in the parties you say are factionalized are still believing that they can still pack a punch during the elections.
Okay.
Why did I say that? We keep forgetting something. That the data in Nigeria shows every political party will give you figures, right? And they will tell you, if they are campaigning in any state, that the entire people of the state, that's political talk anyway, is in support of their candidate.
Yeah.
But the entire people in that state, 18 years and above, is not registered members of their political party.
Of course. Of course.
So what I want you to understand is the fact that it's a political talk. It's called game on. What is game on? You say and make believe that people trust that you have all it takes to deliver. So if you have all it takes to deliver, why do we have violence during elections? Why do we have people buying votes during elections? Because the claim that opposition cannot do anything means that free and fair election, you can go home and sleep and the electorate will deliver the candidate. Why do we have issues? For example, you remember last week you had this conversation about EFCC freezing the accounts of Osun State government.
Yeah.
And later on, we'll also going to talk about the protest led by Adeleke's wife.
Yeah.
If you put all these conjectures together, you will discover that it's political interest. In Osun State, Adeleke is saying his party will deliver the votes for him to return as governor. APC is saying is out. Is that not so?
Yes.
So what is your position saying? What is a party in power saying? They're basically saying the same thing. But the question we also need to ask is, what is the electorate saying? Those who are out for good governance, not aligned to any political party, so to speak. They want to see what's on ground. What are they being offered? Not cash for voto. I'm not going in that direction.
Yeah.
If I say I am better than Lele in terms of governance, what am I going to offer the people that it's different and is going to improve their well-being? What is Lele currently offering? These are the issues we should look at. So what is APC offering to Nigerians? What are the other parties offering? Even when you are not sure that they will really say a coalition is standing, the coalition is standing, and we're bringing out A or B. What are they offering? Remember, all the parties, all of them, their manifesto says what they will do. So if party A and B and C wants to form a coalition, first they need to ask who would ensure that our manifestos are aligned and can push it forward.
All right. So, of course, we are a little bit behind time because of other conversations we want to have. So we'll just go straight to just take some papers and then we jump into the conversation we have at hand. Here we have the Punch newspaper. Sensitive materials arrive Oshogbo, 30,000 core members mobilized. This is Oshun election. Rather says soldiers guard Oshun INEC officers, 25,310 security personnel deployed for poll. Adeleke's wives leads protest against alleged arrest violence. Still on the Punch newspaper, CSOs others raise fears over INEC's new result system. And this one says recapitalization. Federal government orders NICOM to stop disputed fees. Visa processing shift won't affect Abuja embassy operations. Visa processing shift won't affect Abuja embassy operations. All right, that's just about that. Okay, 2027 opposition parties begin talks on single candidates. Oyo Pass arrested for allegedly defrauding 18 members. Dangote, NUPRC differ over second quarter crude crude supply. All right, away from that, we jump into the Nigerian Tribune. NLC women demand free, peaceful poll in Oshun. Troops rescue 33 kidnapped passengers in Zamfara. Experts flag debt servicing crisis as Nigerian grapples with 159.35 trillion naira bill. I think I've taken this before. Yeah. So I think we're going to wrap this up here. So we jump into that conversation. What's happening in Osun State. We'll be right back. Please stay with us.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, thanks for joining us once again, and of course for staying with us as well. For those that just joined, thanks for joining. And for those that have been around, thanks for staying. Now let's take a walk to Osun State, where we heard protests from women demanding removal of the CP Gotan. The First Lady of Osun State, Mrs. Titiola Adeleke, on Monday led a group of women to the State Police Command Headquarters in Osogbo over alleged intimidation of voters and reported plan to arrest political leaders ahead of the August 15 governorship election. Adeleke, accompanied by the Commissioner for Women and Children Affairs, Mrs. Ayobola Awolowo, and the Special Advisor to the Governor on Market Affairs, Mrs. Eniola Omotosho, marched with the protesters from Lameko through the West Bypass to the police headquarters. The women submitted a petition to the Commissioner of Police in charge of election duties, Samuel Itafo, demanding a peaceful and credible election. Mrs. Awolowo, while speaking with newsmen, expressed deep concern over reported incidents of political violence, arrest and intimidation, as well as they describe the perceived partisanship of the Osun State Police Commissioner, Ibrahim Gotan, demanding his removal. Let's take a look.
Gotan must go! Gotan must go! Gotan must go! If the decision to transfer the commissioner was made, why has it not been implemented? If the division was reserved, was reversed, who reversed it and why? And if the Inspector General of Police no longer has the authority to implement a decision concerning the deployment of his own officers, especially when it comes to security of citizens, then Nigeria deserves an explanation. Inspector General of Police, we now address you directly today as mothers and citizens who still believe in Nigerian police force. Do not allow your career and legacy to be ruined by desperate politicians who are prepared to sacrifice the peace of our system for political survival.
No to violence, no to killings, no to shedding of blood, no more shedding, no more killing in Osun State, no more kidnapping in Osun State. Unlawful arrest is enough.
Enough is enough.
Everybody say it's enough.
And if you notice, since I came, we have had relative peace in this state. But the problem we have now is that we cannot continue to tolerate what we have done today because it will wipe up the tension again. But I'm coming, madam. But I'll allow you to pass.
Thank you.
Do you understand now? Because let us assume you come out now, the other party comes out now, and both of you meet on the street. What will happen? Now I know you came to me, that's why I'm receiving you. What you have said is well noted. We are going to go back, re-strategize, and I want to assure you that all your complaints we will look into.
All right, so there you have it. This reminds me of a typical River State when it started. At some points, the women came out protesting, and we were saying a couple of things. And today, I don't know, I may be wrong, but River State seemed to be the shadow of itself. Yeah, and this is almost something happening here. And my major concern is the CP, according to the women, being partisan based on some of the activities they see him do. I know this is politics, and we can't really tell which is which, but can thousands, in quotes, of women all be in the wrong? Because it's important that our security personnel, those that are attached to electoral duties, protecting lives, they're supposed to come out neutral, not giving any lapse regarding partisan. You know how active this period is because of the election. Anything can be perceived to be in support of a particular party or a particular candidate. So public offices like this are not supposed to in any way perceived to supporting a particular party, and this is really concerning. Just recently we had the accounts of the government being frozen. The same thing we talked about. Even if EFCC was supposed to carry out something like that, they would have checked the timing and what impression it would give. All these things are important. Sometimes you may have a good heart to do something, but looking at the time we are in right now, you need to understand how and when to go about these things, because it's a dent to the image of public positions and the integrity, the heart of the people to these offices.
Well, Lily, you may be surprised that over time in Nigeria, many states, especially states that are in what you would call opposition, rallies such as this are not new. Because perception matters. Remember, you said over 1,000 women.
In quotes.
No, over 1,000 women. That's not in quotes I'm going to. Over 1,000 women. Would over 1,000 women be wrong?
Okay.
But we all forget that somebody at every point in time influences the opinion of others. We also forget that in politics, all the parties, no exception, would ask to have a level playing field. But because of the interests they have, they would not want the other party to have a level playing field. Look at the situation now. Part of the allegations are that the State Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Gottan, is using his office to ensure that people are arrested arbitrarily. Isn't that part of the allegations? And all that. So they are not sure he will be neutral during the elections, so to speak. If you look back a little at Nigerian history, you know that what the Osun women were doing has been done in several states of the Federation at different election circles. It's not new. But my question would be, must this type of action be taken for people to know that things are going wrong? Because it's not one person being arrested. You know that story of when the elephant was arrested, nobody cared because it was not any other type of animal. Until it gets to you, then you begin to understand that that is not what it's supposed to be. As far as I am concerned, when it comes to election, we should have equal opportunities, if I may use that word, equal opportunities, that phrase rather, equal opportunities should be what obtains for whether the party in power or for those wanting to come into power. How can that be done? The police should be seen to be neutral. The electoral body should be seen to be neutral. And that's the only way that the belief that democracy is working in Nigeria can happen. Right now, what people in the ruling party in Osun State is seeing is that the ruling party at the federal level wants to run them out of the state. And for many people, that's isn't what it should be. So where would we have all the parties? And remember, the big joke is this. All these parties, majority of them, signed that there will be a peaceful election. And yet, there are pockets of violence. Remember, it was in Osun State, rather, where they went to pick voters' card, and those voters' cards were carted away.
Yeah.
And now the solution INEC is bringing is that, okay, they can now get the virtual card. Is that a solution? In the budgeting for giving out voters' cards, shouldn't we have a system whereby there will be security in place, knowing the Nigerian situation? And those on duty on that day, the security men on duty on that day, what has been done to them in terms of dereliction of duty? So we must get to a point whereby we don't only find solutions when security has broken down, but we begin to think of solutions, because we have a history of elections where there are violence. We have a history of where people buy votes during elections. We have a history where people try to stop others during elections from voting. So the plan for every election should include how to provide solutions to stop these actions from taking place.
Which is very, very important, because we just can't keep living like this. We can't keep living like this. Is governorship election, and we're already having this saga here and there, the threats, the lives, and what have you. What then happens when the presidential election comes in? The do or die kind of election where everybody is concerned about who becomes the next president. It is really, really a surprising one. But we have a breaking news that we'll be sharing just about now, and it is important that you take note of this. This is a breaking news. The activities grounded at the Akano Ibiam International Airport, MNA ENUGU, as airline workers embark on strike. Only ENUGU Air is currently flying. Activities grounded at the Akano Ibiam International Airport, MNA ENUGU, as airline workers embark on strike. Only ENUGU Air is currently flying. That is the situation we are gathering right now. That the Akano Ibiam International Airport, workers.
You can see on the screen. You can see the departure lounge where people are just seated.
They look really stranded. They don't look like something is going on. Is that? Did I see a girl with her book reading? At some point, what do you have to do?
as a way of passing time.
So we'll get more updates from this and let you know how this is playing out. So hopefully we get to some unions and maybe the chairman of ENUGU Air. Okay, this is not ENUGU Air this time.
They say ENUGU Air is flying.
It's flying.
So we need to get in touch with the union.
Unions, right. And then we'll give you more updates on how this is going. But that's the information we have for you this morning. Stay with us as we'll come back to look into some other issues.
You don't tire for this picture. Or you make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get to Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Oh. Once you get a Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, not our own national asset. Oh. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
All right, so we are being joined by the chairman, Nigerian Union of Air Transport Employees, Noate, Akano Ibiam International Airport, ENUGU, He'll be helping us to understand the situation going on right now at the Akonebiam International Airport. This is Kenneth Igbokwe, the chairman, ENUGU branch of Noate. Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning.
Good morning, Signature TV. The situation on ground is not just particular to ENUGU. It's a nationwide picketing of a running battle with the union in payment of debt owed to some agencies in the aviation industry as regards the TSC, ticket service charge, which in agreement the airlines who collect the money agreed to pay 5% of whatever they collect to the agencies. So Airpeace has defaulted in doing this. So after a long deliberation with the MD of Airpeace Airline, which did not yield any positive result, you know, this thing directly affects the staff. They are aware the money to take care of the welfare of the staff is part of what is owing. So at 00 hours this morning, the Airpeace counters were shut down, Lagos and Abuja, and you know what it means. Once they are counter, no business for them today. So Airpeace is not flying today until the issue is resolved. We are waiting. It's not peculiar to ENUGU, like I said. Benin is in compliance, Port is in compliance. Every other airports that they fly, they're all in compliance. Like I said, ENUGU Air is on ground. They are flying. So that's the situation. It's not just staff of airports protesting. No, we picketed Airpeace Airline.
Now let's get
so that we will not misconstrue the whole situation.
So what really is the reason for Airpeace not collaborating just as other counterparts are?
Paying the money they are owing.
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
The reason is not far-fetched from the Nigerian factor, because they have a gentleman agreement. Okay, this ticket service charge, airlines collect it, then remit to these agents 5% of whatever you collect. So why would an honorable businessman who wants to, do business in a very conducive environment not honor such agreement? So I don't know his reasons for not doing that. But whatever the reason may be, or whatever the case is, this is where it has taken us to now. Passengers are stranded, all over the country. Until this is resolved, Airpeace will not fly. That's the position of the union.
Okay, so when you say passengers are stranded all over the country, are you looking at the passengers coming from ENUGU to any part of the world, or from any part of the world to ENUGU?
Even any part of the world, because Airpeace is flies international, so they are also affected. Those who are domestic move from one state to the other. They are also equally affected. Those who are supposed to go to Abuja and Lagos this morning at ENUGU, they are stranded. Some of them are changing their flights to ENUGU Air. Those who have the capacity to do that are doing that already. And as we speak, ENUGU Air is on ground.
So for how long do you see this, being carried on? For how long do you think this will be resolved today?
I pray to soonest, because it's affecting them and it's also affecting the passengers. Aviation staff are friendly staff. We don't want anything that it's just that all along they've not, I don't know whether they think it's something they can easily sweep under the carpet. You know,
All right, so thank you.
we're waiting for signal from our national. So anytime we have our signals, then the flight will come and the passengers will travel.
All right, so thank you so much, Igbokwe, for joining us to throw more light on the situation of things going on right now at Akano Ibiam International Airport, ENUGU. We look forward to getting more updates from you, just to get the people informed on the situation on ground. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. You are welcome.
All right then, Signature TV, news in your pocket. That's how we do it. Stay with us for more updates coming your way. We'll be right back.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Well, that's the much we could take from that Southeast Regional Summit. We have given you clips, but trust you and trust us here. Signature TV will give you the whole, as they unfold, that outcome of that summit. Well, let's get back home with our discussion this morning that ENUGU State is emerging as a tourism destination of the world. And we are proud of that. And our guest this morning is the Commissioner for Tourism in ENUGU State, Mrs. or Lady Ugochi. Dem. Hey, it sounded like sound of gun. Ugochi Madeke is our guest this morning to give us more light on how ENUGU State has become a tourism destination of the world. You're welcome, Madam then Commissioner.
Good morning.
Honorable Commissioner, welcome to Signature TV Morning Show.
Nice to have you. Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Everybody's trying to make me the bad one.
But
Commissioner, you're welcome to the show. And we are glad to have you.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Let's, I don't want to use my colleagues' jump. Let's dive into it right away. Yeah, when you came in here, you observed gender disparity. That was the ego eye. However, you're a woman and you're in charge of tourism. And tourism has become a major industry in the world. I mean, there are countries that rely solely on tourism. Considering the location, the altitude, the weather, the position and the history of ENUGU, all things being equal, ENUGU is expected to be a tourism tourism. And we know that what growth, mega cities, mega infrastructures. Tell us, what are the plans of this government beyond the dual carriage roads here and there, and your plans of this destination? What are the mega projects that would turn Enugu into that mega city, the Dubai that we desire in Southeast.
You are deviating. We are here to discuss tourism.
That's
not the mega structures. Your question should be, what are the structures or the infrastructures coming from the tourism sector?
That's what
that
I mean.
will
I think you
transform
I think you don't understand my question, Miss Commissioner. Tourism has to do with sighting.
Beautiful.
That is why we go to Dubai. That is why we go to Macau. That's why we go to Thailand. I'm talking about.
Come back to Africa.
Here in Enugu. I'm from Enugu, and I would like to say I see you. I see all the efforts you make, and I see how passionate you are about your job. This is about giving hope to the people. What has been done, what is to be done. I want you to speak to the Enugu people that this is what we're expecting, or this is what we are doing.
Ndị Enugu, good morning. Ndewonu. My name is Dame Ugochi Madweke. I am your Honorable Commissioner for Culture and Tourism. Before now, Enugu is known for Coast City, as Coast City State. Once you say Coast City, everybody knows you are talking about Enugu. Once you say 042, everybody knows it's Enugu. But we are trying to change the narratives. We are trying to tell a new story. And what is that story? I tell everybody that cares to listen that Enugu is blessed. In the Enugu, we are really blessed. When I was appointed commissioner in 2023 August, I took it upon myself to visit every tourist site in Enugu. I called it the discovery. You cannot develop what you don't know. In law, we say you can't give what you don't have. So I took it upon myself with my team. We visited over 85 tourist sites. Ogun local government has the highest number of tourist sites in Enugu State, followed by Udi. In fact, in the west, the blessed. Now, we looked at everything. We've been to Ezimo Waterfall, which is in Udenu. We went round the state. At the end of the day, we decided that we can't put all our fingers in the mouth at the same time. Yeah. So we started, okay, let's do it phase by phase. So we looked at the flagship, the ones that people already know, like Ohum Waterfall, which is in Udi local government. We looked at the Ngwo Pine Forest, which is, again, well, some part of it is Enugu North, and then the other part is Udi again. We looked at Nsude. I'm sure maybe you don't know Enugu has pyramid that is believed to be older than the Egyptian pyramid.
I've heard about it.
Located at Uguto, to be precise, in Nsude, in Udi, again. Udi the lucky. And then we also looked at the highest point in Enugu, which is the Okpato Hill, Ugulerengu. Ugulerengu measures about 583 meters above sea level.
Oh, wow.
Yes. So we decided to pick these 4 first as our pilot project.
Yeah, the flagship.
As we speak, Ngwo should be commissioned between now and August. Well, August is tomorrow. So between August and September, we'll be commissioning the Ngwo Pine Forest. Now, after visiting all these sites, we didn't just say, okay, we'll do this, we'll do this. We considered proximity. All these tourist sites, they all have one problem in common, and that is access road, accessibility. They were there, but just for the villagers. They were there, but people didn't know about them. Like in Ngwo Pine Forest, people will always go there, do content, dance, and go. So, coming back home, we said no. That tourism, this ministry, which has always been known for just entertainment, we are going to go beyond that and make tourism a pillar, a critical part of this whole development, this whole narrative that we are changing. So you asked me a question and you said, where are the infrastructures, the mega projects we are doing? I'll take them one by one. Number one, I'll start from Ngwo Pine Forest. Before now, it used to be just the pine trees everywhere. But we are constructing the first zip line in Nigeria. As we speak, If you go to Go, I don't like too much talk. I like
Yeah, it's
action.
for
I
talk
like
talk. After now, you take us to go.
I would have loved, as I am speaking, we will be showing it. Okay, so we've gone, Ngo is over 80% ready. That's where we have the zip line. There's also a waterfall down the valley there. So the zip line measures 400 meters. For those who have the liver, you would use the zip line and go down to the waterfall. For those who don't have the liver, people like you,
You have seen my liver.
we have what we call steps to tranquility. The step also is about 400 meters long, so you can walk or you use the zip line. That is it from Go Pine Forest. Now, the second project is the Nsude Pyramid. That pyramid was last maintained or serviced in 1935 by ENUGU. Right now, we are revamping it. If you are going through ENUGU Onitsha Express, we'll have a replica of this pyramid under construction right now, just by that old toll gate. You'll see it there. In ENUGU, we also have the first canopy walkway in southeast, because there's one in Obudu. But the thing is that this particular one measures about 700 meters and is the longest so far. So it will take at least 10 years for anybody to beat ENUGU once we are done with the construction.
Now, we can see you as a woman who has the liver.
Ababa liver.
No, I can see it. You was exhibiting that. But if we are talking about ENUGU as destination, tourism destination for the globe, I want you to place, if somebody want to visit ENUGU now, with this PR you are giving ENUGU, how would the person go about it? With all the bad stories.
Which bad stories?
Being told about Southeast. The Southeast had the whole security summit in Umuahia, and the minister came there and told us some bad things about the Southeast. So with all this, how can somebody want to come to ENUGU and come and be a tourist?
Beautiful question. Security is a general problem. It's a global issue. It's not limited to ENUGU. As we speak, I can proudly tell you that ENUGU is the safest state in Nigeria as of today. Okay, so coming to ENUGU, ENUGU is safe. As a tourist, you are very safe in ENUGU. The sites that are ready are well secured. Why are they secured? I tell you, a thief cannot go where he doesn't know. So we have made the host communities, they have taken ownership of these sites, and they are the ones guiding and protecting the sites. So I can assure you that it is quite safe. Apart from all the things we have at the control center in Government House, I'm sure even as I am here now, there are cameras all over ENUGU. Okay.
So the second one, before my colleagues ask the question, the second question is, what are the link with the Ministry of Tourism ENUGU and the world, so that somebody gets to New York and is planning a holiday, and he gets to an office, I want to visit ENUGU, what do they have? He says, oh, Ubuto is this, okay, make me a link, and then the ministry takes from there to even guarantee security and all. Do we have that kind of arrangement now?
Yes, we are building an app, ENUGU Tourist app. Once you click on that app, the app shows you, of course, ENUGU Air, shows you the itinerary of ENUGU Air, shows you all the sites, shows you all the hotels, shows you even the bookers, the restaurants in ENUGU. So you have everything, whatever you need will be on that app. And with it, you click ENUGU Air, then from ENUGU Air to your hotel, maybe Presidential Hotel or landmark Nike Lake Resort. Then from the Nike Lake, of course, it takes you to all our tourist sites, all the restaurants, all the hotels. So there is something like that coming up.
The ENUGU government has set out an economic goal, about $30 billion as a target for its revenue. How is the tourism sector playing or keying into that plan to generate funds? And also, apart from attracting visitors, how can your platform also be used to generate funds for ENUGU?
Thank you once again for your question. Tourism is actually the pillar of when you talk about IGR. In most developed countries, tourism is their main source, and that is what we are trying to build in ENUGU. That tourism will become an integral part and the major pillar of this our desire and our mission of making $30 billion. Remember where we are coming from. We are coming from 4.4. Now, every kobo you spend in tourism, any investment you make in tourism, you will repeat 100-fold. So we are ready, we are prepared, and we know that by December, when most of these sites would have been ready, tourism will be a major contributor to our IGR.
Honorable Commissioner, it's nice to hear you talk about ENUGU so beautifully. I want to ask you a simple one because we're going to come back to the more difficult ones. So ENUGU has 7 public universities, higher institutions. Now you are adding about 2, ESUET and the other one. ENUGU also has the International Hospital, 300-bed hospital. The park lane was recently upgraded. The governor is really busy. Several such investments. Does this mean that ENUGU is trying to create a niche in health and education tourism, as a niche in the tourism industry, or is just part of the general efforts being made by the government?
Okay, well, ENUGU is trying to build not just the tourism sector, but tourism sector is actually it's
a broad one.
It's a broad one because you have even sports tourism, like like the upcoming sports festival
in November.
Is part of tourism. That's sports tourism. We have religious tourism, which is why we are developing the Cross of Hope. No, the Cross of Hope, but we'll still come to that. So we have the education tourism and we have the medical tourism.
NAFES will soon have.
No, NAFES is coming up also in November.
In November. Okay.
Yes. So it's a total package. It's a total package where if you are sick, you go to ENUGU. If you want good education, you come to ENUGU. If you want leisure and tourism, you come to ENUGU.
There's a follow-up, Commissioner, because when we started and talked about mega projects, you are doing all these things. There has to be access. Abakpa Junction, the stadium, the Ogui Junction, Presidential Road Junction, the Ogui Road, Zike Avenue Junction, the New Market Junction, the Naira Triangle Junction, and several spots. Why is the state not thinking about building interchanges? How are you going to connect? How do you intend to move people? Because I see the state has developed the presidential hotel, and you just left the Nickel Lake, and you did some wonderful work there. By the way, kudos to you. And it's now being managed by Landmark. That's a good one. So you don't lack. I don't think we'll lack proper facilities to accommodate people now in ENUGU, at least considering the current traffic. However, movement. How are you going to move people quickly? Let's say somebody has 1 day or 2 days to spend in ENUGU. I would like to go to the pyramid. From the pyramid, go to the waterfall, go to the pine forest, come to Godfrey Okorie University or to ESUET. Without access, that mega project I talked about, how is that going to happen? Or does the state have plans to open up freeways that will take people out to all these destinations?
Well, I believe the state has plans to do that. And I also know that my colleague, the Honorable Commissioner for Works, will be in a better position to dive into
We'll bring him into this room.
Please do that. I'm sure he will do justice to it. But I also know that when you all the roads leading to all our tourist sites, His Excellency has graciously approved that all the roads to every tourist site in Enugu be done.
Honorable Commissioner, I forgot to ask you why you're looking so beautiful and fine. Is it part of being commissioner?
It's no. It's part of
our
being a
money.
tourist.
Our
Okay,
money.
part of being a tourist. Well, then,
Ego
let
de
me
Enugu.
come this way.
Come in,
What's
come
the
in.
relationship of the ministry with the private sector who have invested so much in tourism in Enugu? Because if you just Google, they will tell you 10 best, top most tourist attractions in Enugu. Newberries is one of them. But recently, Newberries went under bulldozers and overnight. And that was actually what happened with the zoo in Enugu. When we wake up, our children will travel as far as Anambra State to come to zoo in Enugu overnight. And then developing tourism. Are you saying we are going to plant seeds with squirrel in our bag? When government comes to what is uppermost in their mind, tourism can wait. And then what happened? What's the relationship with the private organizations who are trying to bring tourism in Enugu?
Well,
if government wakes up in the morning and say, whatever you are doing is gone, is gone.
No, point of correction. To start with, government has absolutely nothing to do with Newberries. Whatever that happened in Newberries was a private thing. And government has no knowledge of it. Government was not involved. Government has nothing to do with that Newberry stuff. Now, coming to your question, the relationship between the government and the private sector. I can tell you categorically that we have a very cordial relationship. I mean, the government, ours is to make the environment, to have an enabling environment for the investors to come in. Of course, look at Nike Lake, the landmark Nike Lake. If you go there today, Paul Onwanibe has taken that hotel to another level altogether. Today, in Landmark, we have the first upside down house in Southeast, and the second in Nigeria. It is as a result of partnership. They have upgraded all the rooms. They have changed even the exterior of that hotel, and it's looking so beautiful now. Look at Presidential Hotel. Okay, Landmark took over Nike Lake. What's their name again? The people in Presidential Hotel, they are also doing very well. The place is coming up, okay? So we have a very good relationship. The same thing with the one in Nsukka, Ikenga Hotel. Ikenga Hotel is a 4-star hotel as we speak. And we are waiting for Marriott for the international, the 5-star hotel, which is at ICC. So it is safe to invest in Enugu. We don't have any issues or any problem with our partners. We have a wonderful and a cordial relationship. Thank you.
That's wonderful to hear, Ma, before my colleagues on with the next question. You are a mother, and you value care about people. How will you rate the welfare metrics of this government when they say this government is overtaxed? We that live in Enugu, can we have access to these tourist centers when they are developed? Are they reserved for only tourists that will come? Because people in Enugu are complaining about
stomach tourism. That's what you're talking about.
too much taxation and even the private
Stomach
people
tourism.
who are investing in the tourism.
That
The
should be.
private people are investing in tourism, the tenancy levies and all tax, and they're pushing it back to the common man in the street. How do we relate to this development index with the welfare index of the people?
Well, the tourism sites will be very, very affordable. Now, remember that they are not in the cities. They are in villages. And then these communities, like I always tell them each time I have an encounter with them, I tell them, anytime I have an engagement with them, I tell them that we are the first beneficiaries of what we are doing here. If you go to Ngo now, I'll just give you an example. I am from Oji River. I will not come from Oji to Ngo to be the tour guide there. Neither will I be the one selling opade or granite. You see, so when you talk about tourism,
You missed the akara and plantain.
it's very important. So whatever you are doing there, you have direct and indirect opportunities and employment. So it will be very affordable for everybody to go in. It's not for the high. In Enugu, we don't even have the high and the mighty. No.
We all high and
No. Well, in Enugu, Enugu is a leveler. Everybody is equal in Enugu. And yes, that's the truth. And then talking about this tax. You know the problem? The problem is that before now, I had a tax.
I agree with you.
That's just the problem.
So the tax will be collected in this tenure of government, so that
before now, we were not paying taxes. That's just the problem.
So any tax is big tax.
So for us, any small thing. In my house in Lagos, they call themselves Loma, which is what Eswama we have here. Loma we have in Lagos. I know how much we pay. Every month. Okay, try it in Enugu. try it in Enugu.
So let's find out from your ministry what work relationship is your ministry having with transport, entertainment, agriculture regarding maximizing, contribution, to the revenue, and most importantly, the entertainment to bring about awareness outside Enugu, the different tourist centers that we have in this region.
Okay. When I talk about my ministry, I usually divide it into 4. I talk about culture, arts and culture. I talk about creative economy, which is where your question is going to. I talk about hospitality, and then I talk about the eco-tourism. Now, you find out that tourism is the heartbeat of development in every country. You have talked about transportation. Tourism, we need access. That is where transportation comes in. Because access is the pillar of tourism. If you don't have access, there's no tourism. So we are connected to the Ministry of Transport, okay? We are connected with Ministry of Agriculture. When a tourist comes, tourists will eat. Tourists will eat okpa, eat our bacha, eat everything. He will visit the restaurants, he will go to hotels. So tourism is actually the heartbeat of everything that is happening in the state.
Just a follow-up. Okay.
The entertainment part of it.
Before now, Enugu was last in entertainment before the advent of this administration. But since we came into power by the special grace of God, Enugu is now second. The only state that is above Enugu is Lagos State. Once you talk about Lagos, the next state is Enugu. And that's why people like Davido was here last year, 1st November, for a show. KC and E-Money, they were here Easter last year for a show. What's his name? Olamide has reached out to us now. He's coming. I understand that Rema has also reached out for next year. And then we've had all our musical concerts from year to year. Now, from 2023 that we came in till now, we've had Roadblock. We brought back Roadblock. Before 2023, Roadblock was last heard in Enugu in 2014. We brought back the Roadblock. We introduced Jerick Hood. Jerick has his show now every year, every December. Same with Cola Boy. Now Ivado has joined. What's his name now? Aguero Banks has joined. And Tough King. Everybody wants to have a show in Enugu. Same thing with the comedy section. MC Monica, he has had his show twice now. I'm sure he will have again this year. We have all our festivals, the New Yam Festival, the New Yam Festival, Mong Festival, Enugu Cultural Day, a lot. The Eastern Nigeria Film Festival is also part of it. Coast City Film Festival, a lot. Eastern Nigeria Fashion, Food and Fashion. We've had the Jeans Carnival. We've had Ankara Festival just last month.
The Okpa Festival.
Okpa Festival, Abacha Festival.
Jan, the organization that is talking
Chomobi.
What's the relationship with the ministry?
Chioma is a part of the ministry. Okay, her event will come up in September, I am sure. Our event is coming up in September, and we are part and parcel of that.
Commissioner, before I ask you my next question, I want to remind you that you said before now that you are trying to make reference to previous governments. I want to remind you that the previous government is the same continuity that is happening now. One political family has been ruling Enugu since 1999. So you are still comparing yourselves with yourselves. But that's not my question, Honorable Commissioner. Well, you talked about creative economy.
Yep.
And of course, you know that one tickles me very well. Recently, you represented the governor at the NF, and you said, we will return Nollywood to Enugu.
Yes.
I see a lot of young people creating content online, and I noticed a trend that even Anambra, that is almost a rural state, is, ahead of Enugu in terms of the number of content creators that have mainstreamed themselves, that have broken even. I can tell you this because it's my tough. However, that's not in the form of chastisement. I want to know, when you made this statement, which is categorical, what are the plans? What plans do you have? Because growing up, Enugu was home to Nollywood. The motion picture and content has moved slightly away from what it used to be to these days. You could make content within 2 minutes in your bedroom. What concrete plans, what plans does the state have to boost the creative industry for the young people, for Enugu people? What is your plan to bring back Nollywood to Enugu?
Everybody knows that Enugu happens to be the home, the birth home of Nollywood. 90% of the actors and the actresses, the producers, they all started from Enugu. After a while, there was exodus, and they all left Enugu. Some went to Asaba. Later, they left Asaba and went to Benin, and then some went to Lagos. Now, we came up and we said that we must bring back Nollywood to Enugu. There must be a homecoming, and that is our target. And then we have engaged them. We've had series of meetings with, there's a group led by Blessing. Her name is Blessing, I remember. No, not in Kiru. This is a Producers Association of Nigeria. Okay. We've had series of meetings with them. We've had series of meetings with the Actors Guild of Nigeria, and then the Enugu State branch too. There are discussions ongoing about having a film village. We've actually gotten a team that would a partner that will come and do it. Now we are discussing with another person too. So we are looking at having, if we can get even one game village, film village, it will go a long way. And then we'll try to give them all the necessary support that we can. We'll try to make the state comfortable for them. We'll try to give them a good environment. Now, anyway, even as they are driving past the road, at all our beautiful roundabouts, you see them making content, creating content. And the truth be told, the state has actually done well in providing these amenities for them. You can walk into a hotel, you will see some people, but I think they pay these hotels to do that. But the ones they do on the roads, the ones they do on the roundabouts, nobody is collecting any money from them. So we have all the tourist sites.
Is there a hub for the young creatives in Enugu to make their content?
There is none as we speak.
And the training, any kind of training being provided for indigenous content creators, or at least resident content creators?
There have been seminars upon seminars. They had one recently where even the minister was around, okay, for all the content creators in Enugu. So a lot has been going on even behind the scenes.
All right. So of course, just recently we had Francis do live in the studio. We had this conversation. He came for a shoot, and but before we come into more questions, we'll go for a short break to come back and have more questions answered, and then one or two about tourism, and of course what is happening with them in this very Enugu state. Stay with us.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
nothing yet has been spoken about justice and peace. Justice and peace go together. Justice does not go alone. Peace does not go alone. They go together as Siamese twins that cannot be separated. I see myself in this unique position to speak briefly in that regard. A lot of concern has been made in the society about whether justice is what it should be. Justice delivered by the blind adjudicator without bias. In that regard, just as security, the military has told us that it is not for the military alone. Justice will not be delivered effectively just by only judges, magistrates, or those in adjudication. Some people have grounds about some judges. Please send your petitions to the National Judicial Council. The Chief Justice of Nigeria attends to every petition that comes against any judicial officer. But some petitions come in a watery form, without facts, without the materials upon which that petition is to be attended to. Remember, the judge you are accusing or you think has infracted has his fair hearing, and so can extricate himself from the condemnation or the accusation if the petition is watery, does not have the necessary facts upon which it can be handled. I will give you an example. When I was in the Supreme Court, there was a petition against me that I will favor the governor of Bauchi State, that I had attended his swearing-in ceremony in Bauchi. On the same day, I attended the governor's inauguration in Port Harcourt. I cannot be in two places at the same time. And so it was easy for me to call attention to where I had been on the material date. Hence, I will implore the general public, if you are not satisfied with what had happened in the court, kindly send your petitions to the National Judicial Council, but with the necessary materials and raw facts with which the petition will be attended. I assure you, I am a member of the National Judicial Council. Once your facts are verified and they have the necessary credence, the infracting judge will get the necessary punishment. And I will implore that we continue to have confidence in our judiciary, because we...
Yes, welcome back. Of course, we are still here on Signature TV Morning Show. And of course, we still have with us here the Honorable Commissioner for Tourism, Barrister Dame Ugochi Madeke. You know, the commissioner has been around. She debuted in 2009, 2010 when she contested for House of Assembly. You can see she has learned the user. She's been around. She has learned the Maradonaic display of politics, and you can see that she's doing politics. Taught her that. So, Commissioner, no, you've been talking about some efforts being made by this government, you know, the departure from the past that is this government. You've talked about some efforts, and we would like to know what other efforts that the government is making. What other areas, what other sectors have you touched in terms of the tourism development in Enugu State? And again, if you do all these things and there is no sufficient marketing, that would be like winking in the dark. We would like to know, the plans you have, the collaborations you have. How are you marketing this outside of Enugu? We have a Enugu State Liaison Office in Lagos and Abuja. What roles are these places playing in your marketing? We have a lot of our people in the diaspora. Do you have international partnerships? People who want to travel to Africa? Do you have how you're selling Enugu State to them? So that the Enugu will be a destination of choice for these people. Because from what you're saying, I'm seeing a lot of things that you have done and that you are doing, and these things need to go outside. So just tell us what your plans are and what you are doing currently and what you intend to do about that.
Okay, what we are doing currently, let me start with what we are doing currently. I have talked about the ENUGU Pine Forest. I have talked about the Sude Pyramid and the Canopy Walkway. I have talked about the Ohum waterfall, okay, partially. So let me continue from Ohum. Ohum waterfall is the most popular waterfall in Nigeria, and that's actually the flagship of all our projects, of the tourism projects. In Ohum, we are targeting religious tourism, and that's why Ohum is like 5 kilometers to Okpatu. So we have a cable car project. The cable car will take off from Okpatu. In Okpatu, we have a cross of hope. That cross will be sitting on 583 meters above sea level, and the cross itself will be measuring about 70 meters. So wherever you are in Enugu, you'll be able to visualize the cross. And then, so the cable car project is this. The cable car takes off from the cross from Okpato Hill and then moves to Ohum Monastery, and then from Monastery to the waterfall. So it's going to be an awesome experience, both for the religious, those who are coming for religious purposes to visit the monastery and the waterfall, and we believe that the waterfall has healing powers according to your faith.
Can they heal the pockets?
I don't know.
Mr. Maruka is healing his pockets.
It depends also on your faith.
Okay. It depends on your faith. I've not also talked about the Apuke Sand Beach. Apuke Sand Beach is located in Enugu South local government. I'm sure a lot of people in Enugu know about the Apuke Beach. We call it Apuke Beach, but in essence, it's actually Apuke Sand Beach because they have more sand there than water. And the other side of Apuke Beach is Atapu. On the other side of Atapu, we are looking at having the animal sanctuary. You said here that you woke up one morning and there was no zoo any longer. So we looked at that, and then we said that we are going to have the animal sanctuary in a virgin forest, which is in Atapu, also connected to the Apuke Beach. Apuke Beach, we are transforming Apuke Beach into a theme park, a water park, and there's a lake between Apuke Beach and the Atapu forest. So we'll connect the three. We'll connect Apuke Beach, the Tata Lake, and then the animal sanctuary. There's also Ovu Lake. Ovu Lake is in Akpof, in Nkano East local government area. Ovu Lake is actually bigger, and is a very huge one, bigger than Nike Lake. Yes. So in Ovu Lake, we are going to have a boat regatta, which will be an annual game, and then other water sports coming up there. In all these sites, in Ovu Lake, there will be an 18-hole golf course. Then, of course, it's a resort, so there will be accommodation for the golfers and other people. There will be 2 clubhouses, one on the island in Uruku, and then the other one will be in Akpof too. So, you asked a very important question. You said, how are we planning to market these places? We are not talking about marketing today because you don't have what you are marketing. The marketing starts as soon as Pine Forest is ready. Once this food that we are cooking, once it is done, there will be an aggressive marketing, both in CNN, in our liaison offices, ENUGU Airport, Lagos.
That's very important.
Lagos Airport. Well, of course, we have our consultant, which is a very known person in tourism sector, Mr. Ikechi Uko. Okay, so we are planning for that. We are ready for that market.
Just on that, ATPN recently commended ENUGU's over 13.7 billion investment in tourism. So beyond government funding, how are you attracting private investors, and what guarantees are you giving them?
Government can never do this alone. And I keep saying it. Any business that is being managed by government will not survive. We all know that. Today, I am passionate about my job. Tomorrow, you may get somebody who is not as passionate as I am. And then the business starts nosediving. So we are pleading with investors to come into ENUGU. We want partners. We cannot do it alone. You have an enabling environment for your business. Of course, our legal team and your own legal team, Landmark is there to show. Presidential Hotel being managed by Amber Hospitality, they are there to show, and a lot of other PPP arrangements that we have in ENUGU.
You just said something now that if the next person coming to take over from you is not as passionate as you are, all the efforts might nosedive. What are the plans put in place to make sure things like this don't happen?
You have to concession them. When I was in Nike Lake, he said I did well, yes. But immediately I left. There were little issues here and there until
the landmark
came in, and immediately landmark came in, everything changed. You understand? So if we didn't concession to landmark, maybe by now we would have been talking of maybe shutting down Nike Lake. Okay. So the same thing will go with all these sites. We cannot leave them in the hands of the ministry. No, they will not survive. They have to be concessioned to private owners. They are the ones that will manage it.
Concession, passion, sustainability. The key words we can pick from what you were saying. And that's wonderful. We are worried about the sustainability. After now, with so much on your plate, beautiful arrangement, beautiful. We are dreaming of any word. Which one is going to materialize soon, and how soon? So that we start from, if we aim for the sky, fall on the rooftop, we can beat our chest. Under your tenure as in Commissioner of Tourism in Enugu State. And what can you say, within my tenure, these major projects are in place, and then these are the ones we have planned for. What are the relationship with the Enugu State is one of the pilot states in PPP. We have had Enugu Airport, we have had the Nike and all those. What's the relationship with the P3 PAN, the PPP Association of Nigeria and all, with all you are doing?
Okay, let me answer the first. You asked 2 questions.
Yes,
right?
let's start with the first one.
Okay, you talked about sustainability. Yeah. It's obvious that with the plans we have on ground, which is concession, they are going to be sustained. The businesses will be sustained. The tour sites will be sustained. And then I know there is a good relationship between all the partners that are doing businesses with ENUGU. You mentioned the airport that was recently concessioned. We have other people, UPP, the palm, United Palm Products. They are also there. We have the Niger Gas. We have a lot of them going on. So ENUGU is doing well.
That's not the side you're a mother. I keep putting it to you because you
I
are
am.
gender sensitive and concerned about. We find out with so much hotels in ENUGU, the Christian Mothers Association are worried about prostitution.
Please leave our hotels for us.
Not just
let me answer
now,
that.
when we are thinking about the man who has the wound, we also think about the person, the fly who follows the man. What is the plan in place to also engage the youth in a more constructive way instead of building hotels for them, everybody coming to
when we started the construction of the 5-star hotel, I read where people were saying hotel. There is no tourism without hotel.
You're right.
Tourism and hospitality, they go hand in hand. We are trying to make ENUGU a tourism hub. We are trying to make ENUGU a conferencing hub. Now we've been able to host the NBA. We've been able to host we've hosted the editors. They were here sometime last year. We've hosted a lot of people. ICANN is coming either next year. No, the engineers are coming next year.
Surveyors have come.
Surveyors have come. How have we achieved
Sports
that?
Festival is coming.
Sports Festival is coming.
Festival
is
of
coming.
Art of Country.
Where will they stay? In my house or in your house? We don't even have enough hotels yet. If we are looking at ENUGU as a destination, if we are looking at having over 3 million people, His Excellency keeps saying he wants 3 million visitors. I want 6 million. And I have told him that entertainment alone will give him that 3 million. Imagine Davido playing this month, next month Fino, upper month Flavor, the other month Rema, Tiwa Savage. Everybody will want to go to ENUGU. We will achieve that number that we are looking for. But the question is, where will they stay? Do you know that today, no international flight, apart from Ethiopian Airlines, can come to ENUGU? Why? There is no 5-star hotel where they will stay. Yes, BA cannot come. Emirates cannot come. Because there are no hotels for them to stay. So when we build hotels, let us stop looking at it. These hotels are not built for ENUGU. For your information.
They're not built for the students.
They are not built for the students, for crying out loud. They're not for the students. They are for our visitors. Excuse me, let me land. You talked about Christian mothers. We are building hotels for... No. My dear, even if you're a reverend sister and you have prostitution in your blood, even from the convent, you will still want...
The hotel will not make you prostitute.
You see the what? We are building the hotels to provide jobs. If you think about the direct and indirect jobs created by these hotels that are coming up, it's not just you go there, you become hotel manager. No, most of these hotels abroad in ENUGU that are working there, you have people from other places coming there to work. So please, what is happening in ENUGU is actually bigger than ENUGU.
That was actually the angle was coming in, where I was asking, what are the opportunities, put in place for the young people, SMEs, artisan, local communities to benefit from, looking at the expansion of tourism in ENUGU states?
Thank you. Like I said before, that these communities, the host communities, are the first beneficiaries of everything that is happening in tourism. I'll always take ENUGU for. I will always take ENUGU. Though we've started ENUGU, we've started in Sude, we've started Okpato, we've started Ohum. Okay, we just awarded Akuke, Atapu, and also Uvu. My people will ask me, when are you coming to Oji? And soccer people will say, when are you coming to soccer? Like I said before, we are doing it in phases. This is just phase 1. By phase 2, Oji will come in, Eziago will come in, Ovu will come in, Ezimo will come in, Leja will come in, and other places. So the youths are the ones doing these jobs. I cannot be an artisan. I will not come down to or above to do the work for them. So we are creating employment, we are creating job opportunities, we are creating economic development through tourism. Sorry, you asked me a question
missed
that
that
I
one.
missed.
Yeah,
I missed.
that's why
I
I was
missed.
coming back
Yeah,
to that.
yes,
Which
you
one
asked me
is
which one is
on
coming.
the ground?
Yes, Ngo. Ngo will be commissioned in this August by the grace of God, followed by Nsude. Ngo, Nsude, Okpato, every other thing in Okpato is ready. But because of the height of the cross, Okpato will go into next year. Okay? Ohum will also be this year, but Ovu Lake, because of the golf course, Ovu Lake and Akuke Atapo will be ready, if not by December, but before February.
And also the tourist buses. What's up with that? And to add to that, which of the projects so far that have been carried out that you think is your massive project that is bringing out massive revenue?
Tourism is not cheap, and these projects are not cheap projects. Cable car is not a cheap project at all. Canopy walkway is not cheap. Zip line is not cheap. Tourism is not cheap. But the same way it is not cheap, every kobo invested in tourism, you will reap it 100-folds. Talking about the tour buses, our tour buses are already on ground. There was a time it was everywhere online. Okay, we brought 2. We are going to bring in more, so that when you have tourists around, the buses will convey them to the appropriate sites.
Well, Ms. Commissioner, ENUGU is well positioned to serve as a diaspora retirement and second home market. Yeah. We have millions of ENUGU indigenes and other Southeast people who are based in the US and the UK. And of course, some of these people, with what you are doing, they would like to invest in real estate in ENUGU. But there have been news of state repossession of properties legitimately acquired by people, not just this regime, but previous regime. What is the cause, or what do you know the cause of this, repeated incidents that, kind of terrify a lot of people from investing in ENUGU, especially people who have had a bad Lagos experience, and now we are here in Southeast. And what is the plan of the government to build a system that will stop the confusion and streamline investment in real estate, make things easy for potential investors?
Okay, in as much as this is not under my purview, but I also know that the lady in ENUGU State Housing Development Authority, the Ministry of Land, the NGs, and also the Ministry of Housing, they have come up with digitization of all our lands, and it is now very safe to go and acquire your land, especially the people in diaspora. Okay, once you talk to the right people, the right channel, these 4 agencies: Ministry of Lands, Ministry of Housing, the ENUGU State Housing Development Authority, and of course NGs.
What is NGs? What is the meaning of it? ENUGU State Geographic Information Service. So just to wrap it up on my side, if you had 20 seconds to invite a Nigerian in diaspora or a foreigner who has never been to ENUGU, what 3 places must they visit? And what does success look like for you by December 2026?
Okay, so I take the first question. The 3 places: 1, Ohum Waterfall, the majestic Ohum Waterfall. 2, the Nsude Pyramid and the Canopy Walkway. 3, the Ngo Pine Forest.
And 4, the Rock Palace, ENUGU Aquatch.
You're not serious. And the zip line. Then talking about success, by 2026, December 2026, for me, what I will regard as success is, number 1, completing these projects and commissioning them. Let them become active and alive. Number 2, by 2026 December, I want to see tourism as a major contributor to our IGR. Number 3, by 2026 December, I want to have over 3 million visitors in Enugu.
That's very ambitious.
By then, I would have said to myself, we have done well. I would have gone to the governor to say, Your Excellency, you are the best thing that has happened to Enugu.
Are we expecting to see you on a poster by 2027?
Not at all.
That's a very important one. That's a good one. And that's how we are going to draw the curtain on this edition of our guests this morning. We have been speaking with Barrister Ugochi Madueke. Then.
It's not Dame. Dame is Dame is a knight.
Oh,
I am a knight of the Anglican
just the way it
Communion.
sounds in my mouth.
You're a lot of things.
Pardon me, I'm an Igbo man. When you say Dame, it sounds like the sound of a gun. So we all say you're welcome, man. And you've, what do we have? A tourist expert speaking like a politician.
Or a politician speaking like a tourist expert.
Any of them, but all the same, that's all we can, the way we can take on this edition. Thank you for coming, man.
Thank you.
I hope that we were hosted so many things. We're expecting when you host the media in Enugu. That was so.
We've done that now. Media,
No,
the
you
editors.
hosted the broadcast media. So don't tell us about editors. Okay.
All right, so that's how far we go this morning, my ginger.
It's my ginger then.
Oh my God. Oracle.
You need a tour guide.
I'll do that.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful time.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Founded in
When I arrived in my parish, Archbishop said, he sent a car to come and pick me. And I went straight to his house. He said, you can take a holiday. I said, you asked me to come back. No, take a holiday. I said, no, I'm not taking a holiday. You asked me to come back, I'm back. So he sent me to Paris that I left before I got to Cali Secretariat. So I went back to the parish and found the parish so miserably run down. And what was very interesting about the parish was that 2 priests had died. So when they had died in the parish, so when my cousin heard that she had been in the parish for almost like forever, so she rushed to come and greet me. And the first thing she said to me, hey, so now they've sent you here to come and die, isn't it? Somebody doesn't like you. People have been dying here. Now they've sent you here to come and die. Okay. I sat down in Kakuri. Then I started calling my friends because the place was totally run down. Curtains, lights, toilets, everything broken. So I started calling my friends. Unfortunately, I called a friend of mine. I don't know how the matter went. Entered the ears of Obasanjo, was president. So I'm sitting down, there are no mobile phones. I didn't have a mobile phone. It was 2005. So I'm sitting in my party, the phone rings, I picked it up, and it's President Obasanjo. Father, where are you? I said, I'm in Kabise. You went for your study, you came back. You come back, you don't even call me to tell me that you are back. I said, you're not my bishop, sir. I had no obligation. I'm back in my parish. Then he said to me, you know the way President Obasanjo can say, so what have you done? This is your Catholic church. I hear that they have posted you to a poor place, you are calling people looking for money. I said, yes, sir, it's not a poor parish. I said, wherever God is cannot be poor, but I need to fix the place. That's why I'm making some calls. And I said, I know I won't call you because you won't give me money. So we got, now to fast forward, because a long story, but to fast forward, how could I have imagined that it's from the same Kakuri that I'll be called upon and become Bishop of Sokoto? So, and then if you go back to Kakuri and see the infrastructural transformation that took place, that today Kakuri has the best church in the whole of Kaduna. So what I'm saying in effect is that I have learned, no matter the temptation, to accept God's will. So that has really helped in shaping my life, because there are things that just happened to me. I mean, how would I have known that coming back, because barely a month after Obasanjo calls me to become secretary of the Political Reform Conference, I finished, the same President Obasanjo says to me, please help us fix Ogoni. Then I finished, Yaradua calls me to be member of the Electoral Reform Committee. I work on that. And then the next thing, how did I, no, so if I had stayed away in New York, I don't know, my bishop would probably still have agreed. But this attempt to help God, I've tried to make sure that, so if you see my life the way it has turned, I can tell you, cross my heart, it's not through any effort on my part. I think God has just been extraordinarily magnanimous, and I'm not sure that I have perfectly followed the path, but I've tried as much as possible to freeze my hands and let him be the driver. So where I am now, I'm just convinced that this is where God wanted me.
So it's not like there's any special diplomacy.
Yeah, because
it's not like you set out to do it in a particular way.
Most of the text has always been written in my absence. It's not, I've never, when President Obasanjo called me the second time to say he wanted me to deal with the Ogoni issue, I told him, I said, Oga, I've just finished this thing. I want to go back to my parish. And he says to me, no. Because, and one interesting thing was, he said to me, I've already concluded talk with your bishop. Because he realized when he appointed me to a put-up panel, there was a lot of problem. Because when I got the telephone call, I told them, I'm Secretary General of the Catholic Secretariat. I'm answerable to the President of the Catholic Bishops' Conference. I cannot leave my desk to come and take this position. If you want to give me a position, talk to the President of Conference. He's my employer for now. And the man who called me from the villa was shocked and still reminded me that it is the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that is offering me appointment. I said, I'm sorry, sir. I'm not answerable to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I appreciate the interest, but this is... And they went through that process. What struck me, so when he came to Obasanjo, he also realized that I would do nothing without the approval of my bishop. And therefore, for me, every appointment, whether political reform conference or Pota panel, I took it as a pastoral assignment. And so, what struck me really deeply was in the case of Yaradua appointing me to serve as a member of the Electoral Reform Committee. If you go back and check the newspaper report, I was away. I was in New York. And I was in, no, sorry, I wasn't in New York. Where was it? Yes. I was in New York State, let me say. So, and I was holidaying with my friend. He was in a parish that was in a depression, in a valley. So, at my mobile, I couldn't answer any calls. So, the day I was leaving, as we were driving, once we crossed the hill, I just started here, pum, 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 on my phone. Text messages were. Before I knew what was happening, I opened there were about 20-something text messages. I started reading the text, and I discovered somebody from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I didn't even know, had been calling me. So I returned the call, and he said, "Where are you?" I said, "I'm in New York. The president is looking for you." For what? And then I now heard the newspaper reported when they couldn't reach me, Yaradua still suppressed my name. And if you go back, I don't remember the date, but it was in this day. The names all came out. And then there was a statement at the end that there is still somebody from the, they didn't say from the church, but anyway, that like they're still expecting somebody. And when I had a chance of meeting Yaradua, and I raised this issue, Yaradua said to me, "We're not stupid. We know the Catholic Church. We know that the Catholic people will not jump on this." And we also, I don't know how, but I was happy that he said, "We know." Maybe he spoke to Obasanjo, I don't know. He said, "We know that you will not jump at any appointment without the approval of the authorities." And for me, that gave me a sense of vindication that people appreciate the processes of the Catholic Church. So I have, as I said, in my view, I have never tried to. I know how shocked I was as a priest, and as a secretary and the Catholic secretary when I received the communication from the Holy Father, I've been appointed to serve as how, So I don't have. You're just there. You're in the hands of God. Yeah, because I get a lot of young people, priests, lay people who say to me, "I want to be like yourself." But which part of me do you want to be? Because I would like to play football as JJ Okocha. I would like to play as but I can't. So which part of me do you want?
The Lordship, you've been busy recently talking about so many things, and one of the issues that you have raised is this constant position by government that, look, things are getting better, the GDP is getting better, this has been published, and so have been published. You reminded the president recently that it's not yet Uhuru. Are you worried that most of our leaders are more interested in the numbers and not how policies have affected the ordinary Nigerian? Is this something that bothers you?
In my view, human expectations are moving parts. You can never, the human being is insatiable. Okay, when you were a reporter, you dreamt of maybe having a television station of your own. Now you have a television station of your own. But you know that it's not really, you're just starting. You want something bigger. Human needs are insatiable, and they will always be. So there will never be any government. And this is why I labor to make the point. And in Nigeria, because we have internalized cynicism almost as something, so it is never really the case that, because if you say anything good about government, they don't pay up. But I always joke, and I said, look, if I went to your wife now and said, "Madam, this is your husband, Vin. I like him. Correct gentleman. I'd like to make him chairman of our church council," because guy is just flawless. Your wife will look at me and say, Poor man. You don't know what I'm living with at home. Because so each and every one of us, Pope John Paul I made a statement. He said, each and every one of us is three persons. There is you as only you know yourself. Your best friend, your wife, no matter how they can claim, they don't know that part of you. There is you as your friends know you. And there is you that neither you nor your friends know, only God. So there will never be a president that will enjoy public approval as in clapping. Even in a football stadium, one side goes away unhappy. Nigerians must tune themselves. It's got nothing to do with President Ahmed Tinubu, that there will never be a president. And after elections, the real problem starts. The question is, and this is also where ethics, policy, and these are the kind of things we're trying to do at the Kuka Center. We've spoken only about the Peace Committee. My interest at the Kuka Center is inspired by what I experienced as a student at the Kennedy School. That policy processes can be refined and redefined and broken into cookies so that people who are formulating policy know what is possible, drawing inspiration from ordinary people. We are not running the British system of government, where every minister, for example, is a member of parliament, in which case their understanding of policy, their ideological commitment is constrained. You can't go. So even if you are a minister, you are constantly in a parliament debating, redefining, listening to criticism. Okay, because the opposition is relentless in its criticism. But in Nigeria, and these are some of the decisions that we need to start thinking through. We adopted this American presidential system. It is too expensive. There's no way you can run it without corruption, because corruption is built into it. The only way that Americans are getting away with it is that their own corruption is channeled through media and all kinds of other things. But it's not different. What it costs you to be a senator, a congressman in America, it's not different from what it's going to cost. It's even probably less here, but they are committing it to adverts. But money, not money. You still have to spend money. The British
and they need to raise the money.
The British parliamentary system was slightly different. And that is why it would have approximated the kind of things and the vision that we have for a plural and a complex, ethnically, religiously, morally complex society like Nigeria. So today you talk about opposition. What is the reward for being in opposition in Nigeria? Okay, you cannot say, for example, that you are an opposition member of the Anambra or Imo State or Sokoto House of Assembly. Because after some time, when they start squeezing you out, you are not getting the opportunities. The chief of your community, when he comes to meeting, they will say, oh, okay, this is the chief of our opponent. And the man realizes he's been denied a car because his son is in opposition. They call and say, oh, God, we are being squeezed out though because we're in opposition. So please, Kuku, go back and serve us. So but to answer your question, it depends on where you are. I think that, and I don't want to be misquoted or misrepresented. As far as I'm concerned, we are not where we ought to be, but we are not where we were in every dimension. I can say that. So, and if I take a minimalist position, in part because of maybe where I come from and my own background and my own expectations. But if you go and speak to an Ogoni man today, okay, that's something they never dreamt about. If you ask the average Ogoni man, they'll probably tell you all they are waiting for now is a state to be created for them. But the very fact that Ogoni are looking for a state, Southern Kaduna is looking for a state, Ibadan is looking for a state. What that means is people are having different experiences of what it is to be content in Nigeria. The Ogoni people will say, we now have a university in Ogoni land. Okay, our son, Ledu Mite, who was the only surviving agitator of the Ogoni 9. How did he ever imagine that he would end up as a member of the board of NNPC, where the big boys are sitting? How did the Ogoni ever dream that one of their daughters, Joy Nunia, will ever be something like a chairman of NDDC? So they too don't come to the table. They've gotten cutlery. They've also participated. So if you talk to those people about their needs, they're completely different. If you come to Southern Kaduna, you're talking to somebody about this government, whether they're belly full or they're belly no full, they will tell you, we may be hungry, but the sight of our university don't fool our belly. So there are metaphorical ways of looking at contentment. So, and I said something that I was in my small village. One time I called somebody, a young man who normally runs errands for me at home, whether it's giving fertilizer. I told him, I said, look, I want to buy some bags of maize to send home to my family and other cousin people to distribute in the village among themselves. The guy said to me, no need, Bishop. I said, what do you mean? He said, no, people are happy in the village. I said, what do you mean? They are eating. And I now realize that I'm not saying there's no poverty in Nigeria, but truth be told, culturally, it is difficult for a man to die of hunger in his village. So there are the riffraffs who have been abandoned in the north and are flooding everywhere as beggars. Cannot be a definition of poverty in Nigeria, because if there are people to responsibility, things will be completely different. There's nowhere in the world where government business to feed everybody on the street. So there are differences between urban poverty and, because when I ask in my village, the people are saying whether Nigeria GDP rises to anything, it has not touched us.
Yeah, because I'm talking about the connection between the numbers and the breakfast table.
Well, it depends on whose breakfast table you are talking about. Because again, what I heard from this guy, even though it's my village, I was shocked to hear that, because the man said, and I now realize, if you are not going to a shop to buy palm oil, you are not going to a shop to buy to buy salt, you are not going to buy the kind of things people are buying in the city, and you're just eating what you've always eaten from the beginning of time, your level of poverty will be contingent on how much you're able to farm. People might be worried that maybe the bandits stop them from farming as much, but they still have. So, but to get to your point, I don't know the figures, I don't know the maths, I don't know the GDP, I don't know the coefficient and all those numbers, I don't know. But like somebody says, statistics are like bikinis. Very often what they hide is more than what they reveal. And government will always, please give government the credit. Okay, Delegiwa used to say it is government business to hide their secrets. We journalists are business to find those secrets. So the very fact that if President Tinubu likes, he can say, Nigerians, all your problems have been solved. Okay, that's him saying, everybody has electricity everywhere. Luckily for us, now we have to have fact checks. And in the president's speech, he gave numbers of what young people, what loans have been given, and the billions that have been sunk into. My brother, it is your duty as a journalist to let me know that these numbers don't match. It is the business of young people to demand for. We have a Freedom of Information Act.
Okay.
It is possible for you to go to them. If the president said that 541 children have accessed loans or what, you can go and say, where is the data? He has generated that data, maybe it's for publicity. He has gotten away with it. If he can only get away with it if we are intellectually lazy and decide not to. So for me, relinquishing our duty post about confronting government, that's the issue. But if you are blaming the president, I don't think you should blame the president. The soldiers can wake up and tell, we are finished with Boko Haram, there's nobody left. They've made a statement.
You need to fact check
it is left for you to say, Oga, because like I said on a television program, if you tell me now that this banditry is over, only yesterday, and cross my heart, I'm telling you the truth. Only 3 days ago, okay, today is Saturday. On Thursday morning, I received a call from a young Fulani boy who is from around my area. I helped put him through school. But his father, who was the Ardo, that is the local chief of the Fulanis, was very close to our tradition, very, very close to, literally like part of our family. But he was killed by the bandits because they said that he was fraternizing with our people too much. Then his son took over his position. He called me to say he was working here in Abuja. Called me to say, look, he wants to replace his father. I said, oh God, are you going to be able to? Why don't you continue? He said, no, that they are putting pressure on him because he's the first. He became the chief. Now he's been kidnapped. It's more than 3 months now. He called me last week, called me on Thursday.
From where he's kidnapped?
Where he's been kidnapped. I said, where are you? He said, I have no idea. I said, okay. So how many of you? He said, there are over 30-something or 40-something of them where he is. I said, but how what? Because he keeps calling me. And I'm a bit curious. I said, how did you manage? Because I know I've been involved with this issue because my priests have been kidnapped. I have an idea of the negotiation. I know the kind of things. In my own case, actually, in the case of all my priests that have been kidnapped, we've documented all the transactions. They are on audio because I want them for our archives. Now, these guys will always tell you, sometimes they may flog you genuinely, okay, to create a sense of pain, to force your people to pay. My nephew, who lives in this town, was kidnapped, was with his mother coming back from Jos, where their father is. He was kidnapped. Now, they left his mother because she had suffered, she had had an amputation. So they let her go. We started the negotiation. Then one day, my brother who works here calls me to say, look, these guys have finally decided that they will let our nephew go. But they want, I think it was ₦1 million or so. And they've told him if we can't come to pick him at this hour, they will just kill him and throw away the body. If they like, they can tell us where to find his dead body. Long story short, the young man was finally rescued. But he told me, I said, how was it? He said, that day that they called and said that they will kill him, they were actually sitting down and roasting a ram with the bandits. Yeah, and the bandits said they needed to conclude the deal because by Friday they will appear as normal human beings, enter the city, and then find a few girls, enjoy themselves, and then on Sunday they will return to the forest. So, but the point I'm making is that it is the business of government. If you can tell everybody at the local beer parlor that, me, Vin, Martin, my children, if you come to my house, my children is only, they are sleeping on water mattresses. My house is, my wife is only if they don't want. But otherwise, every month I tell my wife, here is 500,000 naira for shopping. You can tell. Fine. If somebody whispers that, say, madam, now wow, we just say this now the thing with your husband. Now so my husband talk. You have already told your people you are afraid. If it is her business, to find a way of saying, call my husband, let him show you where the 500,000 he leaves for us. So what I'm saying in effect is, our business
is the job of government to say the things
and for us to say. It is our business to say, Oga, it never reach us. And that is how, because it's our business to let me expose government. Let me use that expression. That's what the media was meant to do.
And that's what we do.
Yeah, but
as much as we can.
We now have a problem in Nigeria because all of us are incorporated, including the church. Okay? There was a time one of my brothers told me in the village, he said, okay, we are worried though. It's not necessarily about my safety, but that they are complaining that you are harassing us too much. And my brother was our chief. He died in December last year. But he said, we'll turn up for me. They are saying, tell your brother to leave government alone now. They are putting pressure on us. One of the ambassadors, I won't call the country, I never met him before. They just told me he was looking for me, wanted to see me. So we finally met. Man said to me, he said, look, I have a brother. He's also making noise like you.
In their country?
Yes. But I have warned him to keep quiet and not to endanger my job. Okay, because government is not happy. If he persists, they will withdraw me from. So God said, I'm telling my brother, keep quiet. One thing I give praise to the governments of Nigeria, successive governments. As a priest, media, so on. In comparative terms, in my own case, you raised the question, maybe I didn't answer it, is that I have found people in government who say to me, and it's for me my greatest consolation, it's not that I do it purposely, but people say to me, we know you are honest in your criticism, and we know we love this country. There was a time I delivered a lecture. Obasanjo was president there, and Yayele Ahmed, who was secretary to government at that time, when I finished, he came to me, he said, Kada matana the dachi amaza musha. That is, you have mixed the concoction. It is bitter, but we will drink it because it's from you. The current vice president when my brother died, he came to our village. My village is in the middle of nowhere up till today. And he said to me, later when we were chatting, he said, you know, some of my aides said, Bishop Kukah is always criticizing government. How are you going to his village? What are you going to say? He said, I told them, he was criticizing us before we came to government. He criticized us before us. That is his job. If he stops criticizing us, then it means he has taken our card and is a member of our party. So I also sense that, and I encounter these people and they tell me, the Sam Egu, the former governor, there was a time I had to address the students, I think alumni of University of Nigeria and Nsukka, and I think he was the chairman. So he said to me, and in the course of his speech, he said, look, and I've never forgotten it, he said, Bishop Kukah. No, I wasn't a bishop. He said, Father Kukah, you know, we like to listen to you because not only do you criticize, you offer us some alternatives. And I took that very seriously. So freedom of speech is not freedom to talk nonsense. It is freedom to talk and hope that people will hear what you're saying. When there was a time people came and told me that when Buhari was about 6 months or more, they say, there's nervousness in the villa. Or they say, President, they are very unhappy with you. What have we done to Bishop Kukah? He has not even allowed us to rest. I called one of the president's aides. I said, tell the president I want to see him. But I'm going back to Sokoto tomorrow. Now, if I'm able to see him, it has to be between now and 11 a.m. tomorrow, because my flight is 12. Now, you cannot put a call through to a presidential aide and say you want to see the president, and you even have the courage to give time. But I don't know why I said so. So the gentleman who is my friend, he knows my relationship with Buhari, and I also know his relationship with Buhari. So he said to me, oh, Bishop, don't worry, I'll call you back in 2 hours. I said, okay. So the president is very busy, but I'll call you back in 2 hours. In 30 minutes, he called me. He said, Bishop, just as I finished talking to you, I was walking in the corridor, I saw the president, so I mentioned to him that you wanted to see him. And he said, the president said, Bishop Kukah, find a place for him. He said, Bishop Kukah said that he has to go back to Sokoto tomorrow. And he said, okay, find a place for him. And he said, I told the president, the diary is full. The President Buhari said, you must find a place for him. And before 11. And, you know, so the guy calls me and said, President has meetings all through, but come to the villa about 10. I said, I'll come at 9:30. When I showed up at the villa at 9:30, I'm sitting down about 10 or 10 something. Guy stops, comes to me. There was nobody. The place was empty. Came and said, the president will now see you. And when I sat down with Buhari, this Buhari that people had been, they've been making all the kind of noise that I hated government. I sat down with the president. And then, as he's still holding my hand, he said, we were walking to the chair where I was going to sit. So he was moving and holding my hand. I was following him from behind. And he said to me, I have to see you because I just came out. I said I was meeting with the army chief, or is it the chief of defense or whatever, of Turkey. But I had to cut short the meeting because I was told you wanted to see me. And I heard that you said, I have to see you before 11. I'm like, I'm looking at. So, and I said to him, when we sat down, I said to him jokingly, I said, sir, because I know you won't loan me a presidential plane to take me to Sokoto. I have to be in Sokoto because I have a church activity tomorrow morning. He said, okay, now here we are. We sat down and I said to him, I said, sir, the reason I won't keep you, the reason why I've come, I heard that you are unhappy with me and the things that I'm saying. And I said it to his face, I said, you know, I have followership, whether Christians or Muslim. I would not like to distract your government. Please tell me the problems you have with me so that we can talk about it. President Buhari looked at me and smiled and he said, and for me it was very powerful. He said, Bishop, you know that on any issue in Nigeria, even if you don't say a word, I know where you stand. If I have something, I will let you know. But for now, we all appreciate, we've appreciated you for a very long time. And you and I go back many years. So very often, people cry more than they believe. But I'm also just making the point that public office holders, This is where diplomacy comes in. The public office holders need what they call a toe holder, people who can, it's not just about saying we are telling you the truth or speaking truth to power. And you can speak truth to power, but merely speaking will not get you results. There has to be another window. And this is why, like I said, is the reason why we have the Kuka Center. My interest is to make sure that we help government because this is our country.
Your Lordship, there was something you said recently that I'd like us to talk a little more about. You talked about the military and the damage they had done to our country. And I'm wondering, the military left us in 1999. And the civilians have had all the time to, analyze the mistakes they made and see how, taking from that experience, make Nigeria a better country. Is it right for us to continue to blame the military, just like some Nigerians would blame the colonial masters?
How many years? 1999 to today is what?
Is 20-something years.
Okay. 20-something years. Who was our president? 1999. Obasanjo. Abi? So that's 8 years. Then Buhari did how many years?
Your Lordship, are you suggesting that these people...
Hold on, because you guys are it's about cause and effect. I hear this from soldiers and they say, we've been away for 30 years. You've not been away for 30 years, for crying out loud. You can say that I cut your leg, the scar is still there, and then you tell me, but we cut this leg over 50 years ago or 60. That's not the point. Like I said, Nigerians like to say, okay, you are saying, why are we not like India? Look at Singapore. We started like the same time with Singapore. Look at Malaysia. We started the same time with Malaysia. Look at South Korea. We started the same time. You haven't answered my question. Did any of those people go through a military coup? Did any of those people go through a military coup? Did any of those countries have a military coup? Do you understand what I'm saying? My argument and the book that was launched yesterday by General Irabo, thank God he tied the title of it is Scars. That's why in the end of my review, I said, what are we going to do with the scars? Are we going to do plastic surgery to pretend the scars don't exist? And brother, it's not about the military as soldiers. The Nigerian military has produced some of the best up till today. They're almost near perfect gentlemen. I don't have a problem with them as soldiers. That's not the point. There can never be a good rape. I am saying that Nigeria had enough to get off the ground in 1960. And had we continued on that path, we would have surpassed Malaysia, would have surpassed Singapore, would have surpassed all the countries that Nigerians like to idolize. We will not be where we are. Why is India where it is? People make this comparison, but answer the fundamental question. There are crooks everywhere in all these countries. But were their political process disrupted by the military? Nobody can answer that question. When you now begin to calculate the damage, and it's largely psychological as much as political, because by now, this country has some of the most sophisticated, intellectually sound politicians. You can't get better than a Sami Koku. You can't get better than an Awolowo. You can't get better than a Nnamdi Azikiwe. You can't get better than some of these incredibly cracked brains who passionately love this country and have an idea about how to fix a country. Many of them were trained in that regard. Can you imagine the consistency in training and mentoring? My friend, what's his name? Dr. What's his name now? The former Minister of Labour, the former Governor of Anambra.
Chris Ngige.
Chris Ngige said something one day. He said that, look, that when they were growing up as young politicians with aspiration, they were always struggling about who will carry
Ekweme's bag.
And Ekweme's blessings passed on to him. And so on. It is hopeful that his blessings. That system was disrupted. Even can you imagine, had we stopped at Ekweme in 79 and had the military not come back in 1983, the Igbos would not be talking today about wanting a president because the dynamics would have produced something different. So what I'm saying is that this incalculable damage was done because of the nature of what the military is. And for me, as I say, it's not, there can be a good or a bad coup. Well, maybe I shouldn't say so, but in measurable terms, from the point of view of democracy, every time, how do you explain the fact that from 1914 till today, we have still not settled the issue of a constitution? Why? Why are we debating a constitution for how many years now? Because every time the military came, it meant for almost 30 years our constitution was in suspended animation. The rule of men replaced the rule of law. Every time the military came, they suspended the constitution, they suspended the National Assembly. And in my book, Witness to Justice, I made a point of what I call the tribunalization of justice. That is that military tribunals became a substitute for the judiciary. And many judges were complicit by going to become chairman of tribunals. We are sitting here.
But your lordship,
So, hold on. So the point is not, we're comparing oranges and apples. Because for me, it's not a question of even the outcome. It is the decapitation of the institution. We would not be talking today about the quality of our bureaucracy. My brother, ask yourself, how long did Lee Kuan Yew stay as president? Lee Kuan Yew was president from 1968 or 69.
A very long time.
For over 30 years. Even when he left, and he knew he wanted his son to take over, but his son was not ready. Another person he brought in, almost like Babangida and Shonekom, he brought the person in, but he still maintained the position of what he invented, what he called mentor minister. Okay. They were conducting elections. He was winning elections. In the same way that Rwanda has been conducting elections, people are winning elections. But in all of these countries, the percentage of the population is about the population of many local governments in Nigeria. I'm saying that had the military not intervened, we could have made our mistakes. But we wouldn't have gone into a civil war. And we would not be nurturing the deep resentment and bitterness that many Igbo people cannot recover from. And the sentiments are legitimate. They are legitimate. When the queen came here, was it not Ojuku's vehicle that was borrowed to carry the queen? So if you ask yourself, where will the Igbos have been today? Let me put it that way. Where will the intellectuals have been today? Look at the kind of country that was being built at that time. Who was the vice chancellor of the University of Ibadan? He was an Igbo man.
But your lordship, are we going to continue talking about what we lost and not move forward? Or the civilians not taking charge?
No. See, you can talk about what you lost depending on the circumstances that you lost. If you lost 10 million naira in a gamble or in a bet from Bet Niger, you'll be too ashamed to tell your wife. But if you lost 10 million through the crookedness of your son or something, the hurt is different. So don't quantify the loss. We're not talking, because you see, people keep making this point, and I want us to subject it to the rigors of intellectualism that it deserves. That is, why are we where we are today? So don't tell me, because when the military left, there was a lot of debate. People, the slush funds, people of the military, they almost took over the banking business. So we're not talking, but I'm also telling you that there must be a reason. The reason why Obasanjo was a product of the military, not a product of the democratic process. The PDP was quickly put together to provide a Trojan horse for Obasanjo to move and become. We all know that. This is not democracy in the way and manner that we're talking about. How does it happen that every president in Nigeria has a track record of jumping from one party, because of the volatility in the system? So what I'm saying is that if we had maintained that strategy, let me tell you what would have happened in Nigeria. By now, politics would not be so corrosive. Leadership would have emerged, because just like the Ngiges can talk about the sense of validation from following Ekweme, there will be people who probably would have also been in office because of following Ngige. And that is how the trajectory, whether it's Macron in France, or whether all of these guys will tell you the handbags of those they were carrying before they got to where they are. In Nigeria, the coup culture floods our political process today. That's why elections are largely a coup. Because already the violence that our elections produces is largely tied to the violence, the culture of violence that was inserted into our politics through the military. And I'm saying, remember that in our constitution, the reason why the military exists and they are monopolizing violence, it is to protect us. But once those guns were turned on one another, you read the books written by
but your lordship, the civilians, even if it's 2 years or 3 years that they have been in power, they are also not law abiding. They are not also respecting the constitution.
Again, why is that?
Even though they don't carry guns, they are doing so much damage as much as the soldiers.
Hold on. In political silence, it's what is called political culture. And culture derives from endlessly repeating certain activities, so on and so forth. Culture in Yoruba land, for example, has told you how to greet a man that is older than you, how you respect. Many Yoruba people will do that without thinking. There are things that culture has taught us, and because you saw other people do it, and so on and so forth. What I'm saying, don't confuse the military. The civilian administration may even be more corrupt. And it is the case. But that's not the issue. The issue is, how do you have a say in who governs you? Because that's the basis of democracy. That's why it is called representative. So if the day nobody had a say in who became a head of state during, and most of them only had their names.
Your lordship, we still don't have a say in who becomes president. No, but we are saying that even today's politicians are more military. How do I say it? They are more military than the military.
That is a consequence. It's not a cause. And in causality, let me explain to you. I'm still saying, you understand? I'm still saying that there are certain things that follow you. We can focus on the tangibles, like corruption. And people say, you see, the bridges were built by the military, or some of the good roads we have today were built by the military. Oh God, that is not the issue. How do people remember Hitler today? How do they remember Hitler? Hitler left Germany with the best infrastructure till today. In fact, I went to Geneva, and I was at the UN place in Geneva. And the person who was taking me around said something very interesting. I don't know whether it is true. But he said that when they were building the headquarters with money from different countries, they said they assigned different budgets to different countries. But to punish Hitler, they asked them to build the toilets. But the guy who was taking me, and he was a white man, he said to me, of everything in this building has changed except the toilet because of the quality. So, secondly, why did we have to fight apartheid? Why? What for? After all, the infrastructure in South Africa today is diminishing because freedom has come to black people, as you know very well. If it is infrastructure, Nigerians are still shamelessly running to South Africa. They have investment there. Without apartheid, would we have had the investments? The critical ingredient in all this, my brother, is freedom. Freedom to choose foolishly, freedom to choose badly. Your father could have been the richest man in Igbo land. But it's a different matter. Could he have just brought a girl and say, I am your father, I will pay the dowry, here is your wife? You would naturally have said, Baba, I'm young, I'm old, I can choose for myself. What coups denied us? And I want you to understand that. So, because people are measuring the quantifiables, and they are not. The most important thing in democracy is the freedom it gives you. And it doesn't matter how you use that freedom. So I'm saying, and don't tell me, it's not about blaming the military or blaming, it's about even if a bunch of priests are taking over government illegally, it will not be right. So my criticism, and as I said, it's an intellectual exercise. Let's debate it. Don't, because people tend to want to cut me, but hey, but we are being empowered, but the military is even doing. That's not the point. The point is that you lost your moral authority, your moral right to kill an armed robber if you yourself used a gun to get to power.
It's something that we need to talk and talk.
And the good thing, sorry, let me just end. The good news is that we've been on this road for over 20 years now.
Mm-hmm.
As evidence, even the military now realizes it has lost its appetite for power. Go back and read the books written, not my opinion, read the books written by the military themselves. Read what General Bamiyi wrote. Read what General Irabo has just written. Read and take any of the books written by the entire people, and you will hear them say with much regret what damage their involvement in politics, how they lost their spirit decor. I was a member of the Kuta panel. And because of these colonels and lieutenant colonels who became governors, they are being in custody of so much power, meant that generals, because there was a dissonance. I remember being in Jos for an event, and then they told me, I went to the airport, they said the flight was cancelled. I was just about to leave when they said, somebody said to me, they heard that there are some generals who are in Jos, and that a plane will come. So I decided to sit down. Luckily, the general, there were people I knew. So I just sat down with them, we were chatting. And then all of a sudden, the governor came in. And the governor was, I think, a lieutenant colonel or a colonel. There is a seat there where the Nigerian flag is hanging and the military, whatever, was hanging. Where only the governor can sit. And here we were with all these big generals. They couldn't sit on that seat. And when the governor entered, all of them had to stand up. Generals, how do you explain that? It's like saying bishops are holding a meeting, for example, and then a priest comes in and all the bishops have to stand up. But these governors had to, that was for me one of the most powerful statements. Something was wrong. But these people had to stand up because the governor of the state.
Okay, my lord. How do we make progress?
We make
the
progress.
Damage is done. How do we make progress?
I don't know whether to call it even a damage. Yes.
Yeah. So how do we grow? How do we make this democracy enduring?
The sign that we are growing is that, again, like I said, even the soldiers themselves have come to terms with the fact that military rule was a departure from where we ought to be going. We can't hold it against them. It's gone. But in our analysis of cause and effect, we must, without making excuses, acknowledge. Okay? If in the course of your study in secondary school, you fell down and you lost an eye, you might correlate that with your results. Okay? Your ability to, if you had 2 eyes, your result would have been different. It doesn't change you, but you recognize that point. But the good news is that after this number of years, the military, we have not heard of an attempt, even an attempted coup. Nor have we heard about Nigerians asking the military to come. So even the fact that we are stumbling and fumbling and not doing elections well, and so we must wake up like Jesus Christ falling 3 times on the stations of the cross and continue the journey. So for me, The very fact that even the military has lost the appetite to want power, we've made some success. The very fact that Nigerians are still saying we will struggle is a plus. I end here. There's a couple, young, well, not a young couple, but they were rather illiterate. So the woman came to complain to me about problem with her husband, as usual. So we sat down, we discussed the matter. So the husband said, okay, everything is forgiven, let them continue. So 1 month or so later, I saw the woman in the church. I said, Madam, how now? She's not a literate, I mean, a very literate person, but I will never forget what she said. I said, Madam, how now? She said, oh, fine. So how are things in the house? I said, Father, we are still in a state of no war, no peace. so it is that at least we haven't parted, but we are still working. So everything is a work in progress. And I want this.
So are you suggesting that Nigeria is at a stage of no war, no peace, no progress? No.
Exactly, but that, and the reason why there's no war, no peace is maybe the promises that both of them made to one another when I reconcile them. Maybe certain things have not fallen in place, but at least they are not fighting. They are still together. So, and I think this country, the president said we have turned the corner. Well, if you turn the corner, there's still a long way, but it just means that turning the corner gives you better visibility. I think the challenge that lies before us now is for the presidency, for Nigeria to organize the resources of this country in a way that does not turn us into governance, into a mere distribution agency. That the resources of this country can be more judiciously applied, especially as the president himself has accepted and admitted that we now have resources. So this crazy road, to this coastal road they are talking about, I'm very happy about it. You know why? I've called Engineer Umahi not once, not twice. And I commend him. No, people are talking. My position is that even if they don't build the road, we will not see the money. They will still chop the money.
So let them build it.
So let them, they might as well build it. And I'm convinced, let me tell you one thing. If by the grace of, if this government continues with that speed and we see railways and we see roads and we see infrastructure in Nigeria, let me tell you, 60% of the problems of Nigeria will literally subside once we see good road, we see railways, we see electricity, and we can take it for granted. Because look, 90% of the young, energetic Nigerians, exceptionally brilliant group of young people, they're not looking for government jobs. So many of these kids, my nephew, he lives in this town. When he graduated, he came to me and said, Uncle, don't worry, just leave me. I'm not looking for a job. And he represents millions of young people who just want a decent space to express themselves.
A conducive environment.
Oh, absolutely. My niece who just left, before I came down here, what is she coming to tell me? She's not even talking, she's graduating this year. I mean, next month. But she's telling me, because she kept saying, I want to come and see your uncle. I said, okay, come. So I gave her an appointment. Interestingly, she's telling me about things she wants to do, none of which includes looking for a job from government. She's not saying to me, oh, use your influence to find me a job. I want to work in Central Bank. I want to work. She just says to me, this is what I want to do. She's already clear in her, and she represents millions of young people.
Your Lordship, this time is never enough when we talk. And today is one of those days. I wish we will have more time and more time to talk. But very soon, you're going to be retiring as bishop. You're getting quite older and older.
Absolutely.
So are you thinking about? Are you thinking about retirement when it comes? Well, because I know you're one person who is already thinking about it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if we follow the Catholic Church's calendar, in 2 years' time or a year and something, I'll be 75. If God spares my life, I will let the Holy Father know. I've done my own little best. Now it's time for somebody else to, and it will be left for the authorities to decide. But I can tell you that my other life will only just get started. So I have all kinds of things I want to do, including, I might actually put it really more challenging, because the dreams and the vision I have for the Coca Center, I want this center to be in not too distant future, a place of ideas, a place with enough impact for Nigeria and for Africa. Because I know, we blame the politicians, we blame the civil service. There's a lot of bad things going on. But I always pay attention to some of those men and women who are breaking their back and doing extraordinary job. We blame the police, we blame the military, but we never forget that these guys are busy out of love for this country, struggling to do good. So my hope is that when I finally am no longer bishop, I will still remain of service to the church, because retirement doesn't mean you still remain a member of the conference. But by the grace of God, if I'm healthy, still strong enough, I've set my eyes to greater things. And hopefully, that's why, like I said, this place, I hope that one can be a source of inspiration and encouragement, especially to my constituency, the church. Because we are producing some of the most intellectually exciting young people. My son, their younger brother, is an example. So my interest will be to create more spaces, open up more spaces, facilitate those young people occupying the space. In that way, we can have almost like a bit of a seamless transition. So for me, I'm looking forward, but also hoping, as I said, that one is
an active retirement.
Active retirement, absolutely. God gives us everything.
And just to remind you that we have a place for your Signaturetv.
All right. I mean, I'll take any offer, because now if I'm in retirement, everything now that happens, you have to pay. Because Sokoto will no longer
just a little gift to thank you for giving us all this time. Really nothing much. You don't need to open it. Your Lordship.
I need the audience. I need the audience to see. So when they see my beautiful pen, they will know that. Thank you very much. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And please keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Look, it's people like you and this effort that we take for granted in Nigeria. These are the things that inspire me, because so many of you young people are doing extraordinary things. Just a question of building the confidence and bringing all of this together.
Thank you, Your Lordship. I've been speaking with...
Thank you, cameraman. Thank you very much.
I've been speaking with Bishop Matthew Kukah. Sometimes I don't want to limit him with his diocese. He is a citizen of Nigeria and a citizen of the world. Thank you for watching. I'm Vin Martin Obiorailu from Abuja, Nigeria. Let's do this again sometime soon.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
When the issues matter and the need to know matters.
The chief of staff of Nigeria couldn't go to his village because it was being occupied by Boko Haram.
Politicians and political parties have massively used money to buy votes and to change the course of electoral direction.
You will also remember the very APC itself set up a Rufai committee recommending restructuring doesn't mean anything. Go back to federalism.
Or the fun and the fair to relieve everyday care.
Life is a riddle, my son. The land bled when Uvorawen was put in shackles. Heaven wept when Saruwiwa was laid to rest.
Everything comes with the Judge Too Funny. Everything comes with who I am.
The Signature Show, your show that matters.
Hello, and thanks for joining us. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo, and this is the Signature Show. Well, one of the biggest controversies that has refused to leave our political ecosystem is the issue of the local government system. How we should run, who should control it, what kind of independence should he have, should he have his own money? So many questions, so many debates, and conferences, workshops, including constitutional conferences, have been held discussing this issue. Today in our studio, we have someone who has dedicated so many years of his life discussing and looking for solutions to the local government system in Nigeria. My pleasure to welcome a former local government chairman of Ezinihite, the local government area of Imo State, Honorable Elder Ngozika Ihuoma, to our program. Honorable, you're welcome.
My pleasure.
On the 1st of April 2022, you made a presentation to the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPS, in Kuru, Jos, where, among other things, you made prescriptions or recommendations for how the local government could be more effective and the dreams of many Nigerians realizable. I don't want to go into some of these recommendations you made, but one of the things you talked about was establishment of an economic planning board, among other recommendations. In the course of this program, I know we're going to take them one after the other, but I want to start by asking you, what is the problem with the local government system in Nigeria?
Thank you once more. The local government, just like the state, is a creation of the federal government. After the 1966 coup, towards the 1967 Civil War, the then military government created 12 states out of the 4 regions of Nigeria. That's after suspending the 1963 Constitution, and running by decree. In 1976, the Murtala government increased governance by introducing the local government, while increasing the states from 12 that was created by Gowon in 1967 to 19 states. And in addition, created 301 local governments in the 19 states. So many discussants and commentators have talked about brand of or relationship of local governments all over the world. Some say there's no federation that has 2 tiers or there. But then, our own constitution from 1979, Second Republic, made it clear that we have a 3-tier government: federal, state, and local government. That was why sharing funds in Section 149 of the 1979 Constitution, it was shared between the federal, state, and local government. Prior to that, from 1976, it was a subvention. The states that are already in existence and the federal government were given 10% as subventions to run the local government. And then the staffing was further secondment. People who were already in the state were asked to move to the local governments to help kickstart the place, with a provision that from October 1, 1979, each local government will take off fully to perform its function as a tier of government. No more receiving subvention from federal or state. And that was why in Section 149 of 1979 Constitution, the funds were shared among the 3 tiers of government. And if you look at the Allocation of Revenue Federation Account Act of 1982, it was signed on January 1, 1982, it gave the sharing formula. It organized the 3 tiers of government. So, but what we found disturbing is the fact that the governors from 1979 did not accept to share power. It's not a new thing. The South Republic governors refused to share power with the local governments. They held their money.
And that has come with its consequences.
Yes, so this about, so when people talk, they think it's 1999, no. That's why we took it from, if you look at that presentation, we took it from the basis, from 1976. Okay? So, the South Republic governors refused to allow elected chairmen have funds from the federation account.
So, on hindsight now, why was that the situation? And why is still this the situation?
I think again, what I found from our study is the fact that we are evolving as a people. If you talk about governance and structures of governance, in 1979, do you have the same quality of staff in a state and federal to the local government? If I ask you now, if you had graduated in 1979 and you are asked to go and maybe, let's say you are from my local government, isn't it? You have done your primary school, after graduating, maybe in Soka, you are asked to go and start to work in it, isn't it? When others are going to Lagos, enjoying high life. So many people ignore that there was a government that came up fully in 1979. And when you don't know about something, you don't go for it. So did anybody ask for that power? It didn't work. They didn't ask for it. So people capitalized, politicians capitalized on that ignorance. All right? And since those at the local government level were traders, farmers, most of them uneducated, so they didn't care.
But would you blame the state governors at that time? Because they didn't ask qualified people, retired civil servants, or mid-level manpower in other kind of services, not to be involved in the local government system.
That's
We're working with what they saw.
No, that's what I'm saying, that by 1979 constitution, the arrangement is that each local government, the 301 of them, will become autonomous. That means each of them will have its own local government service commission to recruit its own staff. And of course, you know what we have been talking about here, federal character. There's no way you are supposed to work in a local government outside the local government. Okay? But today what we have is the states, which was what they did. They seconded people. So they continue to now engage, employ people in the state, and send to share them in what they call unified local government system. That was what happened in 1976. It was a unified system because they wanted to establish. By 1979, that unified system gave way for autonomous local government, which means each local government will have their staff from their area, because the essence is grassroots development. Okay? So you can't bring me to Owerri, not where I'm not from, to work. Who do I know? But if you allow me in Essington, where I am from, I know all the nooks and crannies. So the first challenge is that the 1979 Constitution made it clear that the 301 local governments are autonomous. Okay? And they were supposed to have their own local government service commission, have auditor general of their own, have accountant general of their own. The full complement that is in the federal and state is supposed to be replicated in the local government system.
Okay. This has been the situation.
Yes.
And this is making it impossible for the local government system to develop.
Yes.
As our constitution had wished.
Yes.
As citizens had looked forward to. Let's take it one after the other. The summary of it all is that the local government is not autonomous in practice. So, how has that affected the quality of dividends, as we say, of democracy that is getting to the ordinary people?
Now, if you look at the autonomy that was given to them, it came with responsibility. There's first schedule of the Constitution that talked about functions of a local government, for which funds have been appropriated to them. Now, there became an issue of who funds the primary education. That's the major issue that caused a lot of havoc for the local government system. Primary funding of primary education. Is it a state function? Is it a local government function? Under the military, in the 1979 Constitution, and as well as the 1999 Constitution, local governments do not own primary schools. It is a state government responsibility. And that was, again, pronounced by the Supreme Court in 2002, that local governments will only participate, even though they didn't define what the participation is about, participate in the provision of primary education, health, and some other things. Now, it is this local government system and primary education that was manipulated. Before that, before 1994, you can see in a local government, they were grading rules. They were doing agricultural products. They were running their markets and some other things. They had money. They were paying their staff, even though their staff came from everywhere. Now, somehow in 1991 to 1993, the local government chairman didn't pay the teacher salaries as at when due. Now the federal government said, okay, no, let's take over this payment of primary school teachers. The local governments were not there. They were caretaker committee, which the states were running. We have evidence and documents presented here showing that the states with the NUT now came up with a policy that why don't we increase the staff strength, pupil enrollment, and number of schools, since the federal government is taking over the payment of primary school teachers and all this, so that we can get more money. Was it all right that we started fraud? So that particular issue was mismanaged. Now, by the time my local government then, isn't it, they had only about 610 teachers. But they submitted that they had 1,000 something. They had less than 11,000 pupils. But they submitted about 33,000 pupils. They had about 49 schools. But they submitted that about 61. And all these 61 had ghost teachers.
And this was replicated across the country?
Yes, it was replicated across the country. So, by the time the Abacha government got these details and then applied it to the allocation of the local government, they never knew that it was the allocation had a fact that
they would take the money from.
Good. So, as soon as they apply that money, that's what you hear about zero allocation. So the whole funds were taken away and handed over to National Primary Education Commission, which is UBEC now. They received this money and acknowledged that they have gotten more than enough. But nobody had the effrontery to go back to Abacha and tell him that we manipulated.
We lied.
Yeah. It is that lie that has kept the system. Okay?
But does it mean that no one, you have this information, does it mean that this information is not in the public arena?
It's in the public arena because for the first time it was documented was our presentation to NIPS, which is the highest body in 2022. We articulated and gave month by month and first attached memo from the state government, memo from NUT, memo from traditional rulers. How this was contrived is in that document you have there. Okay? Because that's what started interested President Muhammadu Buhari, and he started talking about getting this thing done. Okay? We must correct this.
So how can we correct it, and why are we not correcting it?
Now, we're not correcting it because it became a windpipe. Between 1994 and 2002. Those are the UBEC, MPEC and UBEC received these funds, paid the one they paid with the Minister of Finance and messed up with the rest. Nobody has got them to account, even though as of last April we have got them to account. We have reached the Minister of Education, they replied us, we have the correspondence. That funds are with you, can you bring it back? And luckily, Mama Tahir, before he left, replied us that, go back to the UBEC and let them give you an account of how they spend the money. So we are on it.
Why is government not doing that? Why is government asking you to do it?
No, our firm happens to have been a consultant to Argon, and we are running on the. So our challenge again is the fact that today you have local government chairmen who are afraid, who were selected and picked, then sworn in at the state ESCO, not at their local government headquarters, throughout the federation, all the areas where elections have been conducted. All the chairmen were sworn in the state ESCO.
What's the significance of that? Because it looks like you have a particular interest
in
where they were sworn in.
Yes. That means they are caretaker committee members. They are still executive of the state.
How do you mean?
First of all, no state governor has been sworn in at Asorok. Okay? No state governor in Nigeria has been sworn in at Asorok. The local governments that are autonomous by section 3 sub 6. And I want to point out something. Let us look at how the constitution defined a state and a local government to know whether any of them is superior or not. Section 3 sub 1 of the constitution says that there shall be 36 states in Nigeria. That is to say, you talk about Abia, Adamawa down to Zamfara state, that 36. The same section 3 sub 6 says there shall be 768 local government areas in Nigeria. What the Supreme Court equally said in 2006 is that based on this, the relationship between these two is coordinate, not only subordinate. So if a local government chairman will be sworn in, he will be sworn in at the local government where he's elected to serve, and not at the state level. Because he's not an appointee, he's an elected member. Just the same way a governor, it's the federal government through INEC that conducts election to state assembly and governorship. The same way the State Independent Electoral Commission was asked to conduct election to local government. As soon as you hand over the
result of the election,
yes, the certificate of return, the chairman and the vice chairman takes it to his local government, where a magistrate or a Sharia court of appeal or whatever, whichever court is available in that local government, is the head of that court. If he has a high court, a judge from that high court should walk in and swear in the chairman and the vice chairman and the council.
So
then the councillors takes their own oath of office in their council chambers.
So in other words, it's a misnomer for them to be sworn in by the governor of the state.
Yeah, because the governors, they asked for 3 months. When the Supreme Court judgment came in July 11th, they asked for, which I don't know how and who gave them that order. Nobody who gave. Okay? So what they did was to cook up. You can see the elections that was done in about 20 states now. The governor's party will win all the councillorship and chairmanship. In Rivers and Abia State, we saw an aberration where a sitting governor and a non-existing party before that won the 22 local government and won another party in Rivers. In Abia State, we saw a situation where a certain Labour Party that didn't even win the House of Assembly in the main election won 15 out of 17, and the YPP got 2. The governor's own party, Labour Party, had 0. And the next morning, the beauty of it, the next morning, all of them were sworn in. Meanwhile, they were supposed to have gone to Code of Conduct Bureau and declare the asset, which is a precondition.
That did not happen.
That did not happen throughout the Federation.
And probably may not have happened.
It has not, because we have tried to start contacting the Code of Conduct. Okay? As of today, they are sitting on nothing. They are not chairmen for whatever reason. And we're going to escalate it. And that's why I got interested in when we wanted this to work. We have already written to ICPC. It's a document to ICPC on it. Forwarded it. And we have made this up. And of course, we are approaching Code of Conduct as soon as they finish their swearing in to present these papers. These people are not chairmen because they cannot void it. This constitution is clear in section 84 and section 196 that you cannot assume office if you have not declared your assets. Liability. It's a condition, it's a precondition. So as of today, they have violated the constitution. They took oath of office outside their local government, and then they did not declare their assets. That's required by law.
Okay. The major problem with the local government system in Nigeria is the lack of autonomy of the local governments. And this autonomy starts even before the local government election is carried out. Governors and powers outside the local government system determine who becomes chairman, who the councillors will be, their tenure, and all that.
Remuneration.
Yes. When they come into office, they are not in control of their funds. They are not even in control of the administrations. That when they want to appoint supervisors, they want to appoint advisors, assistants, they need the government house to give a green light for these things to happen. So this is what we all know. Why is it increasingly difficult to change this narrative from President Tinubu to the Chief Justice of Nigeria to the Chairman of ICPC, Chairman of EFCC,
IG of Police,
this
revenue mobilization? These are the people who are in charge.
I mean, name them, including the CBC. They all know that a law is being broken, things are not going well, things are not being done constitutionally. Why is it like impossible for anybody, any power to change this?
Now, first of all, let us thank the Attorney General of Federation, Lafi Fabemi, because when he got a copy of our petition to his office in this regard, he quickly, because this was a complaint to him, which he received. That was on 16th of April. And we threatened to approach the court, because after marshalling out the fact that a total sum of 27 trillion naira accruing to the local government from 1999 to 2023 cannot be found anywhere. And that is Federation account alone.
How do you mean can't be found anywhere?
Yeah, because first of all, by then we had almost all the states being run by caretaker committee, which is an aberration. Okay, so they don't have any budget. Nobody can account for the money. Like I've said, I gave you a synopsis of what happened to the funds. 87% of it goes to funding primary education. 87% of local government funds go to funding. Just like I told you, the fraud that was engineered in 1994. Okay, but as of today, majority of those schools that have been funded are still sitting under the mango tree. The teachers are not being paid as much as. It became an avenue to siphon local government money. And it will interest you that everybody who is a state education, universal basic education commission chairman at the state is a relation of the governor. It has been proven from 1999 because it's a windpipe. They know it's an unaccountable form, but today they will account for the money. Okay.
So my question is.
So back to your question.
Yes. Why is it
hard,
impossible?
Yeah,
when we all know this is a problem.
Yes, that is why you can see the antagonism on President Bola Tinubu increased as soon as the Supreme Court gave the judgment on direct payment of fund to local governments without passing through the state. You can see all manner of, last month, there was 18 states that went to court to challenge EFCC and IC because they know that the chairman of local government have no immunity. Okay? So if any kobo is missing, they don't need any to wait for any 3 or 4 years. The next month, if an FIU calls them that, go and look, they're moving. And the governors are not being happy that the chairman will now say, no, now my orga holam now. Okay, so that is why you can see so many things are happening to Mr. President now. You can see the issue of the tax reform and some other things. There's a gang up by the 36 states. You ask yourself, even why are the 36 states gang up? You say, no, drop this. They want to force Mr. President to drop the idea of direct payment to local governments. But they have created insecurity. Because, like in our study, you talk about unknown government. Because that's what Calcutta Committee is. It's an unknown government that took over the local government for over 45 years and led to unknown government in the southeast, banditry in the north, all manner of social behavior. Because these local governments with federal allocation of 27 trillion, I am sure nobody will have been unemployed. I'm sure the multiply effect of 27 trillion means that, have you watched EPL? How people move to the stadium to watch football every weekend in England? Because the machines are working. Because there's things going on. If we had applied resources meant for us, honestly and sincerely, for our benefit of our own people, where will Boko Haram see people to recruit when people are busy farming and making money? Where will the Southeast remain perpetually indoors on every Monday for unknown government? When most of these people you are talking about now will have been either councillors in their local government, supervisors, advisors.
But they are councillors in the local government.
No. As of today, even this last arrangement that was made, I said, what they did, Chief Hamba, a respected senior advocate in Imo State, looked at it, he said that the Imo State own was publication. That the governor just asked INEC to publish some names. That's all. Because everybody moved to his polling unit and nobody saw any document. Nobody voted.
Okay, let me talk about something that really bothers me. From this conversation we're having, the problem is state governors not allowing local government chairmen take charge of their local governments. And these governors are human beings. No governor has been in office for more than 8 years anywhere in Nigeria. Does it mean that the personalization of government, which comes with interests of the occupant and what have you, is actually what the problem is? Because if I'm a governor and I know that after 8 years, no matter what I do, I can't be in control of this system, someone else, let me say I'm self-righteous, I know I'm very thrifty, money will not, and I hijack this money, allocate it properly. Am I not thinking about the next man who may not be as organized as I am, and that we are leaving the running of the local government at the whims and caprices of whoever occupies the government house? Does it not occur to them? Or is it not something that also worries you and other Nigerians?
Now, my problem is nomenclature. When they say that PDP said in 1999 that they were going to give people dividends of democracy. I was in AD then, with President Bola Tinubu there now, and I said no. What this constitution talks about is good governance. As an economist, I know that dividends come with investment. No sooner than that acronym came that we had what we call corporate Nigeria funding elections for PDP from a stock exchange. And it became a problem. Now, what you are saying is, in Nigeria, The structure is that there will be one president, that is 6 state governors, 768 local government chairmen, 6 area council chairmen. That is the structure. That is what is governance at the executive level. There will be 360 members of the House of Representatives. There will be 109 members of the Senate. There will be 549 State Assembly members. And there will be 8,810 councillors. That is the legislature. Okay? So why is it that the local government that has a chairman in the executive and his vice, and the councillors as the legislators, the other 2 tiers, federal and state, don't see them as councillors? The qualification to be a local government councillor is the same to be a member of House of Reps. So both age, academic, everything. What I discovered from the study is the fact that because we left what belongs to us, in my area, town union presidents, since 1982, we have had chartered accountants, engineers, Korean, quantity surveyors, as president general of the town union from where I come from. It has never been an all-commerce affair. But if election comes for a councillor or a chairman, you see somebody telling, I'm doing so well. Because from the academia, we brought the idea that government is not a good manager, or politics is a dirty game. We brought all this. People never knew that those things were created to create fear. You felt that as a professor in the university, you are too comfortable. But the same constitution gives you opportunity to take a leave of absence and go and become a councillor in your place. You are aware that in 2000, Revenue Mobilization and Allocation Fiscal Commission, the authority that approves remuneration of public office holders, approved 350,000 as remuneration for a councillor in 2000 under monetization. The first thing we had from the academia was professors now saying that, see you, common councillors. First, they branded that office common. Common councillors are not earning more than professors. Common chairman of local government. But the same constitution did not stop the professor whose interest was being accommodated by the fact that, come, as a broadcast journalist, if you arrive in your local government today as a chairman, Vin, I'm sure no governor will look you in the face and tell you to surrender the local government allocation of your pay. Meanwhile, your allocation, your approved salary as a chairman should be close to about $1 million as of today. With that one alone, your councillors are earning about 500 to 600,000. All of you. Then you put up the budget. Your focus now will be, how do I develop my local government? As of today, some local governments can asphalt some roads with the money they are receiving. They can go into cottage industries that will employ 10, 15 people and some of this. They can take off, even as of today, we have enough human resources now, especially maybe in southern Nigeria, where there's no local government that cannot boast of. Even those who are retired from public service can now become councillors and chairmen and then apply their exposure and knowledge to managing their place and throw away security. But the issue is that we have always felt that we didn't recognize there was a government.
I like the direction you're going. Citizen apathy.
Yes.
And probably citizen involvement in making the local government system work. Is that also the fault of the state governor?
Yes, because I should be I have asked the local government chairman of my place and some other, about 6 of them now, who are close to me in Imo, start preparing your budget to lay before your councillors for approval. Because the governors are already preparing their own. Some of them are even, the president will be presenting the budget to the National Assembly. Because there are 3 levels of consolidated revenue fund. There's consolidated revenue fund at the federal level, which will be appropriated at the National Assembly. There's a consolidated revenue fund at the state level. That will be appropriated by the state assembly. There's a consolidated revenue fund at local government level that will be appropriated by the councillors who are the legislators. as of today. Do they know? If you ask them, they say, we are waiting for governor. And I ask them, waiting for governor for what? The most ridiculous one is that the governors asked the chairman and councillors to sign undated resignation letter and gave him. And I have asked them, where is he going to present it? Is he going to present it before the House of Assembly? Or before the local government councillors? You can see that aberration. The question is, let our governors, our brothers, because there's no woman who is a governor, let our brothers who are governors know that the structure of Nigeria, as agreed by the Constitution and as adopted by the Supreme Court in 2006, our brand of federalism is the fact that power is shared between federal, state, and local government. So based on that, they should allow those they are making commissioners. I was expecting some smart governors to have moved their commissioners as chairmen of local government.
Well,
okay, and allow them to work.
In ENUGU State, a number of commissioners were moved to the local government.
Yes, I take interest in ENUGU because the young man here is doing well. What he needs is a little fine tuning so that he can broaden his. One, like you talked about, economic planning board. That's the relationship between a state and local government. The same way you have national economic planning, national economic council at the federal level. It was that body that the vice president here that said the tax reform, put it aside. At the state level, it is state economic planning board. The relationship between the governor, chaired by the deputy governor, and the local government chairman. When you come back from federal now, as they came back with this VAT issue,
yes,
they are supposed to sit down. The deputy governor is supposed to have briefed the chairman of local government about what is happening and see whether they have an input. Okay? Have they done that? I know that the ENUGU has an economic planning board. I saw it, but the composition went beyond what it's supposed to be. There is no relationship that says the state government will share allocation of local government with them. No. That's not. Because we are talking about federal character.
But most of the economic planning commissions at the state level,
yes,
what they do is that they share projects, they contribute to a fund for specific projects.
Now, what we have said is, if you come into my local government as a state, because in every state there are state rules, there are local government road, there are federal rules, okay, in every sense. Trunk A, B, C. A is a federal road, B is a state road, C is a local government road. If the local government, if the state wants to build a trunk B road, that will pass
collaborate.
Good. It will ask the chairman, this is the cost of this road. Can you give me 50% of it? Now the chairman will now factor it in his budget to his councillors that in year 2025, we are moving in 100 million in the state project on this road that is passing through our people. It is an assembly of that council that it will reflect in their budget. Okay, then they will now equally, the supervisor for works will equally have an eye because he is investing. Okay, one of the local government chairmen in Imo just told the governor that if there's a joint project, I want to know where the project is cited so that I want to know how it's going to be supervised and who is the contractor. That's the only way my local government will bring in funds, because these funds are specifically for
the local government.
So, but if we want to build a university, Imo State wants to build a university now, well, they can ask all the local governments to put up a fund. But all these funds, because the constitution
be approved,
the constitution says that no kobo will be spent without appropriation. So, and that appropriation of local government is at the local government level. So if you are doing a joint project, yeah, when you see that economic planning board, they say, okay, between Bombis, Ahaz, Ezirite, and Ngobala, there's one major state road there. If it's 1 billion, then it passes about 4 local governments. They can bring in 400 million. The state will bring in 600 million. Okay, That's it will reflect in the state budget, showing that counterpart funding of this road, state 600, the local government 100, 400. They will agree. These are what they do in the economic planning board at the state, and then they will now go back in preparing their budget, factor it inside their budget. In 2009, I wrote to the EFCC after I had written to them in 2008 that there's no budget of local governments running. And as a proactive measure, can you now, because we like to chase funds, like I've told you that 27 trillion has gone haywire. And I don't know how we are going to get, but we're going to get it because we know where those are holding funds are to get them. Okay? But to stop that misnomer, allow things to work. Allow each local government make their budget. What are those joint projects between state and local government? Bring them on at the State Economic Planning Board. Let each chairman know so that he factors it into his budget that he will be presenting to his councillors for approval. Based on that, they will now move in a check or transfer the funds to a joint fund where the funds, and then the supervisor for works, if it's a road project or if it's a health project, the supervisor for health should be able to work with the commissioner for health. Okay? Because where your money is, your mouth must be there. The chairman will be able to come to economic planning board meeting and tell the deputy governor, because who will represent the state, that this is the progress work ongoing in my local government.
Okay. The state governors and state governments, in quotes, are the problem.
Yes.
How do citizens or even the local government seek relief? Can they approach the courts for their rights of autonomy to be respected? Do they approach ICPC? Do they approach EFCC? What steps can, I'm a local government chairman and I'm not at home with this arrangement. What reliefs do I have?
Now, that is why we have said that between 1982 and the 2024 judgment, the local governments have won 10 judgments about their autonomy. That's why I read section 3 sub 6. It's an improvement if you have read section 3 sub in 1979. There was no 3 sub 6, there was only 3 sub 1. But when this issue of our baby came up, the Supreme Court went further and made pronouncement. That is what led to the 1999 showing that 3 sub 6, that there shall be 700. He now named them and listed them. Okay. Another area that has continued to cause confusion is section 7 of the Constitution, where the governors and the House of Assembly have insisted that no, these people are under us. And let me read. It said that the system of local government by democratically elected local government council is under this constitution guaranteed. It must be run by democratically elected chairmen and councillors. It's a full sentence of its own. Okay? Which was being set aside before July 11. Now, and accordingly, the government of every state shall, now take note of it, subject to section 8 of the Constitution. In 1979, this phrase wasn't there. Subject to section 8 of this Constitution. And in law, whenever you hear subject to, you stop. You must stop here and look for what this section 8 talked about, which is creation of new state and local governments. Okay? So, then it says, subject to section 8 of this Constitution, now ensure their existence under a law which provides for the establishment, structure, composition, finance, and functions of the councils. This is where the problem has come. The state assemblies insist that the law asks us to provide for their funding, and they say no. What he's talking about here is, outside these 768 local governments, if you create additional one, fully ensure their existence. The same way, if the federal government, National Assembly has created additional state, ensure their existence.
So okay? By this, It means that the state can create local governments.
No, it is their constitutional right to create. And
but the Constitution says you must adhere to that.
Yes.
Sustain it.
Yes.
And make it effective.
Yes. Now, the only problem they had is that after creating these local governments by a state, you now transmit your creation to National Assembly. That's the problem President Bola Tinubu as governor had in Lagos.
In Lagos State.
That the Supreme Court said that the 37 local government areas were inchoate because they were not approved by the National Assembly. It didn't say because it will affect a constitutional amendment. Section 8, sub 5 and 6 are the role given to National Assembly in the creation of local government. Section 8 sub 5 says that an act of the National Assembly passed in accordance with this section shall make consequential provisions with respect to the names and headquarters of states or local government areas as provided in Section 3 of this Constitution and in parts 1 and 2 of the first schedule to this Constitution. Section sub 6. For the purpose of enabling National Assembly exercise the powers conferred upon it by subsection 5 of this section, each House of Assembly shall, after the creation of more local government areas, after creation, pursuant to the subsection 3 of this section, make adequate returns to each House of the National Assembly. That is what they did not do. And that is what the Supreme Court said that it was inchoate. Okay? Now, if you have created a new local government and you have sent it to National Assembly, it will alter section 3 sub 6 from 768 to whatever new number that came. It will alter the first schedule where the headquarters and names were listed. Okay, to accommodate this.
And also the allocation at 5.
It will now alter the sharing formula from 768 local government to the number you have created. Okay? Now, so when people come and say that, no, the state must, the answer is no. That's why I've said, in 1979, subject to Section 8 wasn't there. And unfortunately for our legal minds, most of, if you, as a broadcast journalist, if you interview 100 lawyers as of today and ask them the number of local governments we have in Nigeria, they will fail. They will all tell you 774. Out of 100 lawyers as of today, 99 will tell you that it's 774. But I've read here for you clearly that is 768. The 6 area councils are not local government. They are not local governments. Mm-hmm. And the Supreme Court in 2002 have said so, that FCT is not a state. Okay? It's not a state. Even the election that is being done in FCT area councils is illegal. It's unconstitutional. The role that councillors and chairmen are supposed to perform there.
Okay.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, thousands of passengers stranded across airports in Nigeria as FAN battled Delta Airlines. ENUGU church attack, DSS orders arrest 3 suspects, recover 4 AK-47 rifles. At least 132 killed in Colombia's largest earthquake in years. A US judge drops bribery and fraud case against Indian billionaire Gautam Adani. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Flight operations have been disrupted at the Kano Ibiam International Airport, ENUGU, following industrial action by aviation workers over unresolved disputes with airline operators. The strike, which has been spearheaded by aviation workers' unions, is already affecting flight operations. Passengers arriving at the airport confronted with delays and uncertainty over their scheduled flights. Correspondent was at the ENUGU airport this morning, reports that ENUGU Air is the only airline currently operational at the airport because the workers have not joined the workers' union. As of the time of filing this report, ENUGU Air flight from Lagos just arrived at the Kano Ibiam airport shortly after started boarding passengers traveling to Abuja. However, the flight, which was supposed to have departed by 9 a.m. to Abuja, had not boarded as at that time. The development is linked to a dispute between aviation workers' unions and airline operators over outstanding financial obligations, including the alleged non-remittance of statutory 5% ticket sales charge, TSC, to the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority and other aviation agencies. The unions involved include National Union of Air Transport Employees, NUATE, the Air Transport Services Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, ATSSSAN, and the National Association of Aircraft Pilots and Engineers, NAPE. Earlier on, Signature Morning Program, the ENUGU branch chairman of Nigeria Union of Air Transport Employees, NUATE, Kenneth Ibokwe, said the disrupted flight operations at the Kano Ibiam International Airport was not a strike. This was what he said.
Is a nationwide picketing of a running battle with the union in payment of debt owed to some agencies in the aviation industry as regards the TSC, ticket service charge, which in agreement the airlines who collect the money agreed to pay 5% of whatever they collect to the agencies. So Airpeace has defaulted in doing this. So after a long deliberation with the MD of Airpeace Airline, which did not yield any positive result, you know, this thing directly affects the staff. They are aware the money to take care of the welfare of the staff is part of what is owing. So at 00 hours this morning, the Airpeace counters were shut down, Lagos and Abuja, and you know what it means. Once they are counter, no business for them today.
Unions have raised concerns about workers' welfare and issues surrounding the recognition and unionization of employees in the aviation sector. Situation has also raised concerns over wider implications of prolonged industrial action for air travelers, airlines, and the Nigerian aviation industry. Passengers advised to confirm the flight status with their respective airlines before making further arrangements. Still in ENUGU, 3 suspected members of a notorious kidnapping gang allegedly responsible for the August 2 attack on St. Joseph's Catholic Church in Oyafa, in Uji local government area of Enugu State, have been arrested by security agencies. Suspects were apprehended during a joint operation involving the Department of State Services, Nigerian Army, Police, Enugu State Forest Guard, and other security personnel. One suspected kidnapper was killed during a gun battle with the security forces, while 4 AK-47 rifles and ammunition were recovered from the gang. The development was disclosed on Monday night when the Enugu State Governor Peter Mbel visited the state DSS headquarters to inspect the arrested suspects. Representing the governor, the secretary to the state government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said 2 of the 3 victims abducted during the August 2 attack, seminarian Lawrence Igbo and Emmanuel Onwudi, had regained their freedom. He added that both victims had identified the arrested suspect as the men who abducted them. Onya said the state government would continue to deploy its security architecture to prevent criminal activities and ensure that offenders are brought to justice. Onya commended the security agencies involved in the operation, particularly the DSS, Army, Police, and Enugu State Forest Guard. The chieftaincy of the African Democratic Congress, Dele Momodu, says is backing Governor Demola Adeleke of the Accord Party in Osun State for a second term, despite being a member of a rival opposition party. Momodu disclosed this in a statement on Tuesday, insisting that opposition parties must set aside individual interest and align behind Adeleke ahead of the August 15 governorship election in the state. The former presidential aspirant said he remained a proud member of the ADC, explained that he joined the party on the basis that prominent opposition figures decided to form a broad coalition against what he described as an APC cankerworm. Momodu said he had prayed against a clash of egos among opposition figures. He added that he had hoped the coalition would not need to start afresh, since the ADC had earlier paraded second, third, and fourth place candidates at the 2023 presidential election. He however said the coalition did not eventually materialize as envisaged, said he had nonetheless not given up hope that Nigerians would rise against the APC. Momodu said a time had come for opposition parties to confront reality and act with practical common sense, adding that his decision to back a candidate outside his own party was informed by the situation in Osun State, insisted that his endorsement of Adeleke was not informed by friendship or family ties. He described the governor as a global phenomenon who could defeat President Bola Tinubu in a popular contest. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has dissolved the board of Kaduna Electricity Distribution PLC over the company's 456.5 billion naira over prolonged regulatory and market defaults, inadequate investment, and weak operational and commercial performance. The regulator also appointed an interim board of special directors and directed the commencement of a transparent process for the selection of a new core investor for an electricity distribution company. A statement by the Commission said the decision, which took effect on Monday, August 10, 2026, is in line with the Electricity Act 2023, following an inquiry and consultations with key industry stakeholders, including the Bureau of Public Enterprises. Commission said distribution companies' cumulative market obligations since privatization stood at approximately 456 billion naira as of May 2026, comprising 415 billion naira owed to the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC and 41 billion naira due to the Nigerian Independent System Operator, in addition to other non-market statutory and third-party obligations amounting to 14 billion naira. NERC said the company's financial difficulties persisted despite approximately 6 billion naira in regulatory derogations granted between January 2024 and May 2026. An aggregate federal government intervention disbursement of approximately 53 billion naira since July 2018. NERC said it had previously notified KEDC's major shareholders and Afrexim Bank of imminent regulatory intervention required them to present a credible plan to address the company's financial situation. 15 people killed in a Fayi Otukpe in Otukpo local government area of Benue State have been given a mass burial amid grief and renewed calls for stronger security in the state. The victims, including women and children, were killed on 28 July when suspected armed headers attacked the farming community in the Uboju district. The attack left homes destroyed and residents traumatized, with community leaders urging the federal and state governments to move beyond condemnations and provide effective protection for vulnerable farming communities. The burial came less than 3 weeks after another attack in Otukpo Nobi, where 8 victims were buried following an assault on a community on 12th July. A representative of Equipping the Persecuted, a United States-based non-governmental organization, announced financial assistance for the bereaved families and local vigilante groups. Commissioner of Police in Benue, Cletus Wadiobu, described the incident as a terrorist attack, said the attackers used guerrilla tactics before fleeing into nearby forests. Attacks have continued to raise concerns over the safety of farmers in Benue, where insecurity has disrupted agricultural activities and displaced residents from their ancestral communities. The Independent National Electoral Commission has extended the deadline for political parties to upload the names of candidates for the governorship and state houses of assembly elections from August 8 to August 11, 2026. INEC announced the extension in a statement issued on Sunday by the chairman of its Information and Voter Education Committee, Mohammed Haruna. According to the Commission, the decision followed appeals by political parties for additional time to complete the submission process. In related development, INEC announced the suspension of a collection of permanent voter cards in Osun State ahead of the August 15 governorship election. The Commission also said replacement downloadable PVCs have been provided for voters in Odo-Oti and Ife Central local government areas, whose cards were reportedly carted away by hoodlums who invaded the 2 collection centers. Commission reiterated its commitment to conducting a free, fair, credible, and inclusive governorship election in Osun State. The Vice Chancellor of the Moses Osho Adasu University, Makurdi, Professor Timothy Tese Alaba, has disclosed that 5 suspects have been arrested in connection with the alleged killing of a lecturer of the institution, Professor Gabriel Sawa Nyitua. He made a disclosure on Monday by responding to questions from journalists in Makurdi. Late Nyitua, a professor in the Department of History, was killed by a known gunman on July 7, 2026 at his residence in Makurdi, along with his youngest sibling by a suspected gunman. Professor Lava described the incident as a major setback to the university and the Department of History. Said that 5 arrests have been made, with the suspects reportedly from our local government area of Nasarawa State, based on briefs from security agencies. An euro traded around 1,386 to the US dollar in the official Nigerian foreign exchange market on Tuesday, August 11, 2026. The Central Bank of Nigeria's reference rate continued to hover within the 1,360 and 1,370 range. Data from the CBN and FMDQ show the NFEM rate at about 1,368.22 per dollar, while the broader market benchmark remained around 1,368.37 per dollar, indicating little movement from the previous trading session. At the parallel market, commonly referred to as the black market, the dollar was quoted at about 1,405 on Tuesday, leaving a gap of roughly 37 between official and street rates. Current spreads suggest that pressure in the retail foreign exchange segment remains moderate, with the premium staying far below the wide differentials seen during periods of heightened volatility in 2024 and 2025. The CBN maintains that a NFEM rate is determined using a volume-weighted average of transactions conducted in the official market for the unification of Nigeria's exchange rate windows. FMDQ continues to publish daily market data for the Nigerian autonomous foreign exchange market, which serves as a benchmark for official dollar transactions. For individuals and businesses, the applicable exchange rate may vary slightly depending on the bank, period of change, transfer platform, or location of a transaction. Still to come, at least 132 killed in Colombia's largest earthquake in years. U.S. judge drops bribery and fraud case against Indian billionaire Gautam Adani. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
132 people are dead and a state of emergency has been declared after Colombia was hit by one of the largest earthquakes in years. The earthquake was felt across hundreds of miles in western Colombia, causing widespread damage in several cities. The country's geological service said Colombia's Association of Capital Cities wrote in a statement that about 480 people were injured in the quakes. Authorities have reported at least 40 people dead in the metropolitan area, with 65 collapsed buildings. The rescue team are still searching for people who are believed to be trapped in 15 of the buildings. The residents described the earthquake as a terrifying experience, with the building shaking, walls cracking, and debris falling in the streets. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said it was closely monitoring the earthquake and stood ready to support, while EU Ursula Leyen said the EU's Copernicus satellite was being used in the rescue operation. President of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, sent a message of solidarity to the Colombian people and offered personnel and equipment for rescue efforts. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, an estimated 1.5 million people felt shaken close to magnitude 7. A U.S. judge has dismissed criminal charges against Indian billionaire Gautam Adani, bringing a high-profile bribery and fraud case against one of India's richest businessmen to an end. 2024, Adani was accused of allegedly paying bribes to Indian officials for high-profile renewable energy projects and misleading U.S. investors about it. Adani and his companies have consistently denied wrongdoing. Adani has welcomed the court order and said he accepted the decision with humility and deep respect for the judicial process. In a 47-page order, U.S. District Judge Nicholas Garalfis on Monday approved the Justice Department's request to drop the charges against Adani. However, the judge strongly criticized the way the decision was reached, said R. Trent Makota, Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General that worked with Adani's lawyers on the dismissal without consulting prosecutors and investigators would handle the case. Judge Garalfis described the process as highly unusual, saying Makota appeared to have substituted his own judgment for that of officials directly involved in the investigation. In May, the Justice Department asked for the charges to be dismissed, arguing that much of the alleged conduct had taken place outside the U.S., making the case difficult to prosecute. That was unit that longer aligned with the department's priorities. And that's it on Global News. I am Barry Kumo. Thank you very much for watching.